About a minute, everyone, and then we'll get started. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second evening of the meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Well, we'll be looking at the proposed budget for 2025-2026. Just a couple of quick messages. There's no plans for a fire alarm test, I believe, tonight. So if you do hear the fire alarm, especially if you're up in the balcony, please leave the building by the nearest exit and officers will assist in the event of an emergency. Please follow their instructions. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube for the general public to see and hear. So therefore mobile devices or electronic facilities may be used, but can you please ensure that all ringtones and volumes, etc., are turned off? And I'm checking mine at this time just to make sure I don't look like a hypocrite. So, okay, tonight we're going to be scrutinising environment, regeneration and enterprise, and children's services. So if everyone's ready, and thank you to Balvinder and the staff for ensuring that it is warm in here tonight, because watching the Eskimos walk through on Monday wasn't fun. So, okay, here we go then. Right, agenda item 1, apologies for absence. Sorry, excuse us a minute. So no apologies for absence. I believe we've had one from Councillor Tromans.
Councillor Hussain.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 2, to report the appointment of any substitute members serving for this meeting of the committee. I believe Councillor Ali is representing Councillor Lowe, who's had some dental work done. Okay, agenda item 3, to receive any declarations of interest under the Members' Code of Conduct. No. And I don't think we need to do agenda item 4 again because we did it on Monday. So I'm going to hand over to Tom Senior, who's going to just do a quick speech on scrutiny. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies to anyone who was here on Monday night who may have already heard this, but I'm going to repeat it again for the benefit of those who weren't with us on Monday. I'm just going to speak for a few moments about the purpose of overview and scrutiny and the approach that should be taken to this meeting and the meeting tomorrow night as well. The point that I want all members of overview and scrutiny to take away from this is that scrutiny should not be about political point scoring, but it should be constructive and it should be about the best value for the residents of Dudley. I'm going to refer to the Local Government Association publication, A Councillor's Workbook on Scrutiny. That publication is available online and is well worth a read. The concept of overview and scrutiny committees was introduced by the Local Government Act 2000 and it's intended to give the rest of a local authority the opportunity to scrutinise the executive by questioning their decisions and policies and issue reports and recommendations. The LGA Association workbook and the training that the LGA recently provided referred to overview and scrutiny fulfilling the function of a critical friend. It stated that the overview and that's the focus of overview and scrutiny should be on forward thinking and making positive changes rather than apportioning blame and focusing on negatives. In practice, and in the context of these upcoming scrutiny meetings, I think that this means that members of overview and scrutiny should not be looking at past budgets or blame for the current financial situation, but should focus on the budget which is being presented and the proposals that Cabinet are making. They should, where possible, suggest alternatives and amendments where they think that they are appropriate. I know that there's always a temptation to try to pull things apart, and there's also a temptation to look backwards and to scrutinise last year's budget. I know it may be stating the obvious, but the purpose of tonight is to scrutinise this year's budget. Overview and scrutiny members should always look at how their work adds value. This should not be about party political point scoring. The LGA provided training a few weeks ago and emphasised this point on several occasions. They also made it abundantly clear that Overview and Scrutiny Committee should look to work constructively and positively with Cabinet. I recently attended another subcommittee of Council and was really impressed by how that committee dealt with matters in a non-partisan and collaborative manner. The chair at that committee said on a few occasions that committee members leave their political colours at the door. I would suggest that a similar approach should be adopted in these meetings. I'm just going to finish by repeating the quote that I said earlier, that the focus of overview and scrutiny should be forward-thinking and make positive changes rather than apportioning blame and focusing on negatives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. And I'll just repeat what I said on Monday. Inevitably, there will be politics involved at some point, but I agree with Tom's sentiment. If we can keep it as positive as possible, that would help the whole process. Right, agenda item number 5, public forum. I note we've got some members of the public in the gallery. This is your opportunity to ask any questions you want of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. What I would say is that if you've got a question that isn't really related to the budget, I'll refer that question to the next meeting of the particular Scrutiny Committee that it relates to. If you have got a question that's relevant to the budget, then I'll make sure that question is asked as we get to the appropriate time. So, to members of the public, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask the Overview and Scrutiny Committee tonight? Sir, you'll have to shout, and because there's no mics up there, if you shout your question, I'll repeat it to everyone because people online will want to hear what you've asked. So, can you just introduce yourself? Yep. Okay, thank you. So the question from Mr. Andrew Griffin was relating to car parking, and he's asked Nick McGurk, who's Director of Environment, that's it, sorry, to provide figures in total for car parking for the borough. Can I just clarify, is that including car parks that were already chargeable, or is that specifically for car parks where we've introduced fees? Okay, so that's for car parks. So if you can get that figure. Thank you. Have you got Mr. Griffin's contact details to... yes, you have. Okay. Thank you for your question. Anything else from the public forum? No. Okay. We'll move on then to agenda item 6, which is scrutiny of the draft budget for 2025-2026. Just for people who weren't here on Monday, this is the way it will work. My vice chair has just tried to sneak in at the back, so I'll embarrass him now in front of everyone, but the traffic's being bad. He'll come up and sit here. Next to my vice chair is or will be the chair of each individual scrutiny that the directorates apply to. I will hand over to the chair of that scrutiny committee, who will lead the session, the first one being environment. Any members of their committee will get the chance to ask questions, and then once the committee has finished asking questions, the chair will hand back to me, and then members of the overview and scrutiny will have their opportunity to ask any questions. Once overview is finished, if there's any time left, I will open the floor to members that are sat in the room as well, if they've got any questions they want to ask. So the first one, as I say tonight, is environment. We should have councillors Bayton, Bevan, Casey, not here yet, I don't think, Davis, who's already part of overview and scrutiny, Kettle, Lawrence, who's also part of overview, Councillor Russon, and Councillor Sahota, who's also part of overview and scrutiny. I'm going to hand over to the chair of the Environment and Regeneration Select Committee, Councillor Ahmed. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Firstly, apologies everyone. I know you've had to start a little late because of me, so thank you again for your patience. So just before we kick off, I just wanted to firstly say that we've been quite fortunate during our scrutiny meetings that we have had the cabinet members present, and it's gone down quite well in previous meetings. I'm hoping tonight will be exactly the same, where cabinet members will be able to answer to the best of their abilities, and obviously we've got the chief officers there as well to provide any expertise as well. So thank you for the work you've done in the past, and hopefully tonight will continue in the same manner as we have previously. So if I can just open up now to members of our committee who'd like to kick us off, please. Any questions? Yes, sorry, just to confirm as well, if questions will be addressed to Councillor Caulfield for the next 50 minutes or so, I believe. We've got about an hour, and then obviously when we move on to the next item, then that will be to Councillors Paul Bradley and Councillor Atkins as well. And we've got, as the chair, Councillor Casey mentioned earlier, we've got Nick, who will provide us with any expertise as and when the cabinet members do require some assistance. Thank you. So, members of the committee. Okay, do you want to start with the presentation? Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Chair, and good evening all. Before I ask the Director of Environment and the officers to introduce themselves, I wanted to take this opportunity just to say a few words on what can only be described as a challenging year for not only the authority but the borough as a whole. Whilst I'm immensely proud of what our group, together with the officers, achieved putting forward the items we have the opportunity to scrutinise this evening, it must be acknowledged that we find ourselves taking these difficult decisions to ensure the financial sustainability of Dudley Borough Council, ensuring we continue to deliver on our residents' expectations. I would like to say environment is not focused on reductions of services, but very much looks forward to transformative programmes of work to create efficiencies in operational delivery and seeks to improve on delivery as it has done over the last 2 years. I'll now hand over to Nick McGurk, who's the Director, to introduce himself, and then over to officers.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Caulfield. Thank you, Chair. Just to kick off, and I want to leave as much time as possibly can for questions. I think really what I wanted to say is we understand in environment that everything we do touches the lives of everybody who lives, works and visits the borough. We do understand that. We're obviously going to hear, and we've heard on Monday, and we'll hear today and over the course of tomorrow as well, you know, the reductions, efficiencies and things like that. But what I thought I'd do is just remind us of some of the figures and some of the numbers, particularly we do in environment. So we have 3,000 bins within the borough. We collect twice weekly. We sweep 41.5 million square metres of footway. We sweep 18,000 linear metres of carriageway. We have received this year over 73,000 subscribers to our green waste collection service, which was an outstanding response. We look after over 120,000 trees across the borough as well, plus many more. really all that leads me to say, and it follows on from the cabinet member, is, you know, environment has faced, and those of you in the select committee will be familiar with this, but we have faced significant operational and financial challenges in the Environment Directorate. What we've aimed to do is create transformation projects, and some of the biggest areas which the committee will be more than aware of in terms of waste, fleet, parking and others. Alongside that, we have aimed and striving to get the basics right. We're constantly developing costed options for elected members to review. And what we are doing more than anything is aiming to create more efficient delivery models, long-term strategies towards the financial sustainability and a fit-for-purpose directorate. I'd like to open it up to questions now, so thank you.
Thank you, Nick. If I can open up to the members of the committee, please. Is there anyone who'd like to get us started? Councillor Sauter? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for that introduction. Obviously, I think we all recognise there's going to be a lot of sort of cuts in terms of the services we do offer. Obviously, I just wanted to sort of refer to one of the areas that you're looking at. Obviously, it's down the list, basically where we're looking to reduce the road resurface of our roads by 610 sort of metres square, etc. And I think I think we just need some reassurance. How will the reduced sort of work now have an impact on the roads? Because I think if you did an audit, you don't have to have a PhD in sort of road surfacing to know that the road surfaces in council estates and deprived wards are in poor condition. This obviously further reduction in sort of investment to road services, I feel, will be double whammy for these residents in those areas where they're facing cuts in services they're getting. Now you're going to have basically the areas they live are going to have less maintenance. How will you decide on the criteria? Because my understanding, the criteria is the busier the road, the more investment it gets. And these roads, obviously, they may not be busy, but they are the neighbourhoods of these communities, and we need to make sure that these roads are not forgotten further down the line. Because I think if we had a minibus and we took yourself and Damien to many of the deprived areas, you clearly see the difference. There's a two-tiered difference in terms of road maintenance and services. So we need assurance going forward that these areas will not be forgotten further, and the condition of their services could get further down the line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sahota, for that question. One just quick thing that I'd just like to ask. I am hearing impaired, so I am looking at members to lip read. You were talking quite quickly. That's not an issue, but I'm just struggling to catch up with what you're saying. But I've got what you said. First of all, just what I want to touch on really with the highways and road maintenance. We'll go back really now 2 years from my appointment. You will remember when I was quite vocal where we've now revolutionarily changed the way that we maintain our roads and highway network. We've gone away from what was a reactive service where we're only really carrying out repairs from complaints from councillors and residents to actually implementing a 5-year proactive repair and maintenance and resurfacing programme. And certainly the way that we repair the roads now, and I know Councillor Ali and myself have discussed this on a number of occasions, where we had a practice of coal filling potholes, which we all know wasn't very successful, and the time frame really and the longevity of those repairs were very poor. So without elaborating too much, because I've certainly shared this quite a lot, we went into the highways and carriageway patch repair model, which we've seen now in that 5-year programme, that rolling programme, where we had highways and carriageways and roads that needed full resurfacing. We did that in year 1, but by carrying out the patch repairs in the way that we do in the new programme, then obviously then we had a chance then that could extend the longevity of a road that maybe then that could fit into year 2, 3, 4 and 5. And not only that, but extend the road surface of a road that didn't need full renovation, between 5, 7 and 10 years. So we've quite actually revolutionarily changed, you know, the whole outlook on the way that Dudley Council will actually go away and repairing the roads. I wouldn't totally agree that we've got a two-tier approach with the way that we repair our roads, because, you know, delivering these game-changing services for me was a main thing that you know, that I really wanted to tackle from the start. And I think the new programme that Nick and I put in place and officers is certainly showing that difference. And the comments that we're getting now on the roads, you know, we're 2 years into a 5-year programme. You know, we are covering some great areas now, you know, but you've got to take into consideration that the Dudley Borough's got over 700 miles of roads, you know, and to bring a new programme into place when you were historically running on a reactive basis, then obviously that catch-up time up through the first 12 months, 18 months to 2 years, it was going to be 2 years before we started to see any really big differences to what we're seeing now. So what I'll do as well, I'll just refer over to Nick as well, because I've no doubt that he'll want to elaborate on what we've achieved as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there's a lot there that Councillor Caulfield ran through. I think when we look at the saving, in essence, compared to what we've done this year. So this year we've actually up to today's date, we've actually resurfaced or patched 155,000 square meters, of carriageway. So it's a relatively small number. In terms of the question that you'd asked Councillor Sahota, the programme itself is a 5-year programme, therefore there is nothing chosen on any particular given circumstances other than a road hierarchy. And again, we can share that, we can share those objectives with you as well in terms of the criteria for that. It has absolutely nothing to do with its location at all. It is all about the road surface itself and its hierarchy on the road. Therefore, I think what we'll find is actually this 1,000 odd square metres is relatively little. The fortunate position that we're in this coming year for the next financial year is that we do believe that we're receiving additional money than we had last year for road maintenance. Therefore, I would expect we would see more than we've done this year. And this saving here is purely from a point of view of financial sustainability or supporting financial sustainability for the authority. But again, I'm happy to go through the criteria of how roads reach the 5-year programme and what the criteria is around that. But again, it is not based on location or the economy of any given area. Thank you.
I welcome the new way of working, Nick and Damon. I think I've emailed your team to say, you know, we've seen it ourselves, but I think the fundamental question I think I've raised, which I think you yourself alluded to, is a hierarchy of roads. And clearly certain roads in our borough don't touch that threshold. So I think this question is also about going forward. How will we then ensure that those roads actually get done with the finite resources we're going to be having going forward? And I think with these cuts, those roads are going to be left further behind. And I think there's nothing in your explanation or the Damon's that rectify whether that's how we're going to address that issue. And I think, you know, there is a hierarchy of roads. We all know that, you know, if the road's busier, but also there is a hierarchy of, you know, you can just go down not far from here to see that. So that issue really needs to be addressed and hasn't really been sort of answered in my view. That's all I needed to say, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, thanks for the question, and I understand. I think just to explain, and again, I think we probably need a much longer session to run through this, but in terms of the hierarchy of roads, it doesn't mean that every road, let's say category 1 is your key route network. It doesn't mean that the programme is full of category 1s. We do split that down into so many category 1s, category 2s, category 4s. Of course, naturally, we are going to do more category 1s. More of us drive on these roads on a daily basis. Therefore, they do have to be prioritised. However, the roads that you're referring to, they are on a programme and they are on that programme and they are continuing being done. There is also an understanding that these things, they do take time. And hopefully what we can start to see is we can measure over these 5 years, including some of the roads that you've named. So just to clarify that programme, it isn't all priority roads. It's actually broken down. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Bayton?
Thank you, Chair. Just before I go on to the questions about the environment presentation, I'd asked a question on Monday night, which Brendan Arnold had promised me a response to by last night. I haven't had that response, so if that could be sent as soon as possible, please. So my question on the environment, well, two actually. So the closure of the pop-up tip at a saving of 120k. 220k? Yeah. The pop-up tip was a late answer to the issues that we had around the loss of Anchor Lane for the north of the borough. Does that mean that all waste facilities in the north of the borough are now lost? Or is there any possibility of any other kind of service coming back for the north? And obviously, we all worry, don't we, that when we close a waste facility, we see an increase in fly tipping in that area. So that's obvious. That would obviously be a concern for me and other ward councillors. The second question, which is, if I could just ask you to talk us through the removal of the Parks Development Fund and exactly what that means in practice, please, Nick.
Thank you, Councillor Bayton, for those questions. Yeah, I mean, the pop-up tip one for me, I've been a big driver behind that. But the statutory duty that the council has got is to supply one HWRC site, so a household waste and recycling centre, which is predominantly at Stourbridge at the moment. The pop-up tips were an extra to that. It was certainly something that I wanted to drive forward more, and I wanted to roll out further across the borough. As we heard on Monday night, and we'll hear tonight, and obviously on the next session, we're in unprecedented times at the moment with the council, with the funding. We've got to find a shortfall of nearly £42 million, and unfortunately, that temporary provision has been taken away from us at this stage. But what I will say is this: in the background, we are running a full strategic review over our HWRC provision. So that will include Stourbridge, that will include Blowers Green, it'll also include the transport and the way that we deliver the service totally. We're some way away from that at the moment, and Nick and I and the officers are working on that. We're some way away from that. We're mindful, and I'm mindful, being a resident in the north of Dudley, that taking that provision away, it hasn't been taken lightly. It certainly isn't a decision, that I've taken lightly, being a driver. But certainly what I hope now, as we go along, and we get the council's finances better in the next coming couple of years, I'm hoping that once we've got that strategic review completed, then that's a service that we can look at again, because it was well used by residents. It was certainly welcomed in the two sites that we've got it. And as I say, the attendance was very, very good. So I'm mindful on that. It certainly isn't a decision that's been taken lightly. I'll just touch on the fly tipping, because I knew really that this question had come up. And it's something that I keep a keen eye on myself, because we get lots and lots of reports of fly tipping and different things. And to say that I look at every case and I look at the waste that's been dumped would be wrong, but I have looked at a great deal of it. Fly tipping is actually a national problem that's driven by organised crime. Now, I would argue this, that the instances that I've looked at, I haven't seen any general grass clippings or any general garden waste that would go into the green bin being fly tipped. This is a bigger issue. And as I said, it's driven by organised crime, where at the lower level, you've got the scrupulous traders out there that are advertising on social media at a small price, £20 or £30, man with a van. And we've got genuine residents out there in the borough that are genuinely paying this price, this fee to these people to take their waste away. And the truth of the scenario is, they're dumping it out in different areas across the borough. But on the wider scale, You've also got the genuine small traders that are collecting waste with a waste recycling licence. But you've got the bigger entities, you know, where they've got a processing site. There's one or two processing sites that we've come across that have been used over the borough, where they collate a larger amount of waste, and then they are disposing of it in an illegal way. Some of which we've seen in articulated trailers that have dotted about the borough. I think we've had 3, I think, Nick, over the last 12 months. But that's where they bought a trailer cheaply. They've accumulated all this waste, and then obviously then it's been dumped on the side of the road. That's another big cost to the council then to remove. So I don't see that with the green waste at all. And certainly the removal of the parks growth one, I can certainly go through that with you. For the removal of the £300,000 park growth fund for 25-26, this is an outcome of the financially prudent approach this council has taken. This budget has not yet been specifically attached to an action plan or an outcome. It doesn't mean funding will not be provided for this purpose, but it does mean there will be a need to rationalise when the money can be requested and a business case appropriately scrutinised. We will continue to deliver play area improvements through external funding sources and work in partnership with the local communities. And a significant sum of funding has already been realised in 24 and 25 to help develop park facilities within Wollaston, Cradley and Sedgley. And that sum of money is a circular of £200,000. There's also a need to complete the council's play strategy, and that's currently in draft form. And this will support redefining the service and ensure only play areas that are suitable, needed or fit for purpose and strategically located are part of that service offer in the future. And I have instructed officers to complete this work as soon as possible. Thank you. Nick, was there anything you wanted to follow on?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think you covered the vast majority there. What I'd say, just, you know, really in summary to answer the questions, I think it is with a heavy heart on everyone in terms of the closure of pop-up tip. I think everybody is well aware of how well used it's been and how well received it's been based on the numbers that we were getting. However, and again, this committee will be more than familiar with my style in terms of these approaches, we have to take into account the overall council's financial position. We have to take into account our statutory obligations. The obligation is to have at least one HWRC across the borough, which we have. Is it ideal to not have anything north? No, it isn't. Equally, it's not ideal in terms of where the council finds itself. In terms of the fly tipping, I know that Councillor Corfield gave quite an extensive answer there. We do not believe it will produce more fly tipping, but it is something we will of course monitor to ensure that it doesn't. And I think also I spent, you know, the introduction really talking about services that we are trying to transform, and I think probably for too long we haven't had that vision. What are we doing? If it's not suitable to have one in the borough or one in its current location, what are we doing? And as Councillor Corfield said, there is a big piece of work to look at alternative locations, where the borough is moving forward, and what we can do so that the whole borough can be facilitated. In terms of the Parks Development Fund, it's a similar story really in terms of that transformation. In truth, breaking down what Councillor Corfield said, we had £300,000 allocated, but not necessarily allocated to anything specifically in terms of projects. Also, we've shown this year by working differently and doing things differently and engaging with other partners or grant funding, we've been able to get in £200,000. We believe we can get more than that over the next year. And equally, I'm really keen that we develop a park development strategy as well. As to what are we doing? Do we have enough? Do we have some in certain areas? What is the need within those communities? So all of this really is around focusing the mind.
Thank you, Nick. If I could just make a request, whilst I really appreciate the detailed responses that are being given, but because we're short of time, if I can ask for very specific questions, please. And in terms of the response, if you can be as specific as possible. Like I said, normal circumstances, very happy with the response that you've given, but just because we're short of time, and obviously I've got to give the overview and scrutiny committee the opportunity as well to ask questions. Have you got a follow-up, Councillor Bayton?
Just come back very quickly on that and make a formal request then that over the next 6 to 9 months of environment scrutiny, we do have feedback from yourselves on any increase in figures that would be, since the pop-up tips closure. So if there has been a significant increase in figures, if you can report that through to the committee, please, because obviously what we don't want is that the collection of fly tipping becomes more costly than the provision of the pop-up tip. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If I can pass over to Councillor Russin, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to repeat what people have said. I think the rolling changes to the road repairs very effective from my perspective. I've had residents mention positively. I've mentioned to Damien, Councillor Caulfield as well. Great idea. You've answered my questions about the pop-up tip. Something that I've always wondered is, has it been looked into the potential use of licensing for the Stourbridge tip commercially? Something that my business personally would really benefit from. And it's a bit more ancillary, but raising attention to the benefits and simplicity of composting, along with the increasing the income from the green bins and things like that. It's rotting piles are really good. I think how exactly, perhaps even just in the literature that goes around with people, notifications for people to pay for the green bins. I think something like that could be included, potentially minimal cost. But first of all, the commercial licensing for Stourbridge.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yeah, I'll refer that to Nick, because that's more of an operational answer there, really, with that, I think, isn't it?
Thank you. So I think on both, I think you make two valid points. And I suppose, I know we're kind of moving away from the budget slightly, but I think what I would say to you is we'll absolutely look into both. I think particularly in terms of the composting as well, putting that out. We do put information out, but I think you made a good point about putting that out when obviously we go out with the new green waste service, whatever that may be. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Chair. So my question is on the review of winter maintenance section. So obviously we're talking about grip bins here. We're talking about various measures, including not granting new grip bins, ceasing to refill them, not gritting council car parks, and then removing existing grip bins that are no longer utilised. So my questions would be, what is the extent of this? Does this mean that no grip bins at all will be filled or refilled in the borough? And because naturally, if that's the case, we're jumping straight to point 4, where it says removal of existing grip bins that are no longer utilised. Well, nobody will be able to use them because there'll be no grit in them. So, and the examples and the particular locations and context of the question is, obviously, there are some grip bins that aren't used well or not used at all, but there are some that are very well used. An example in my ward is a road where you've got a primary school at one end of a cul-de-sac. You've got a steep slope down to it from where it joins on the junction. That grip bin is very well used, very well appreciated by residents. They've certainly missed it this winter. So does this review, this cut here, mean that important, well-used grip bins like that aren't refilled, or is it just those that aren't used? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Davis. Well, to answer your question is this. I mean, there are currently 1,159 grip bins in situ across the borough. We've carried out the review, and an audit of these grip bins was undertaken in October last year, and it showed that 68% of these bins, so that's 788, were already over half full, and they hadn't been refilled for at least 2.5 years prior to that. This indicates, despite the inclement of weather over that period of time, that there certainly wasn't the need for that usage in those areas for those grip bins. There are over 100 grip bins located in the borough that are already on gritting routes. So, you know, part of that review now, with the way that we're targeting the roads that in the bad weather, you know, we've recalibrated the vehicles. Certainly this time, through the two latest spells of bad weather, we've recalibrated the vehicles so they've got an 8-metre spreading path. So by doing that, on many of the carriageways, we're not only covering the breadth of the road, but we're also touching on the pavements as well. So that's saved us then, in some instances, then going up and down that road twice. Certainly the timings that we've used this time as part of this review, I don't know whether members would know, but Dudley actually have got a quite comprehensive weather reporting software system. This is a system that we use that other councils in and around the Black Country pay us to use. So we've got first-hand information of the weather reports pretty much before them. You know, so we've certainly with the last two spells of bad weather, we've got the timings that we've got out there, and we gritted before the snowfall was key. We then gritted just as the snow fell.
Sorry, Councillor Caulfield. This is entertaining, but it's not really relevant.
Well, it's not meant to be entertaining.
I think
Casey, I'm trying to. I'm trying to
finish.
answer the question.
Let me
in the
finish.
most comprehensive
Now, let
way.
me finish. The question was about the grit bins and the budget, I believe. You know, it's you know, feedback all the rest of the information at the Environment Committee, but you know, we've got scant time tonight, so just stick to the budget part of it, please. Thank you.
Okay then, thank you. Yeah. So to answer your question of whether we're going to refill the grit bins, we're not going to automatically do that, and obviously I've explained the mindset behind that. But also we're looking to be more efficient. So in certain areas that they've mentioned, you know, where there's a need for a grit bin, we've actually got towable gritting units that are attached to the back of a 4-wheel drive, and in most cases, it's more cost effective and more efficient to use that and actually fill the grit bin first off, and the grit not being used. Because as I say, you know, vast majority that we've looked at, when the grit hasn't been used throughout that season, the grit then for the next time, it's as hard as concrete. So it's actually played no purpose at all. So that's what we're going to do. And with the grit bins, we're not going to automatically fill them, but we'll look at them on a one-to-one basis. And if there's an area in your ward where that grit bin is needed, then it'll be filled. Thank you.
Just a quick comeback, so I know I need to allow the overview scrutiny time as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm on both committees, so hopefully I can pinch a bit of time from myself later on. It's good to hear, and actually it's useful to have that data about 68% still being half full and not filled in 2 years. Clearly that means a review is justified. It means that, you know, some of these grit bins don't need to be filled. But again, and I'm glad you've mentioned that there at the end, Councillor Caulfield, because I'm after an assurance that roads where, in particular locations, and you know, if Nick can commit to this as well, that you know, roads in particular locations where they are well used, where you've got circumstances like I outlined by a primary school, that they will still have their grit bins refilled. I can understand a large portion not being, but certain locations, if we can have that assurance, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So really quick, our main priority is prioritising the network. So you're absolutely spot on. We will continue to grit the routes that we grit normally. Those areas that have used grit, that are a priority areas, they will continue to get refilled in terms of their grit bins. So it's only relating and pertaining to the 68% that we've audited throughout last year.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed, and thank you, members of the Environment and Regeneration Select Committee, who will be back in a few minutes. Councillor Baton, just on the point you made earlier, I'm going to bring Brendan in at the end of this meeting just to feed back to you about the question that you asked on Monday. Okay. Right, this is the chance then for members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to ask questions of Councillor Caulfield and Nick McGurk. One comment, I'll go first if you don't mind. One comment taken on board Councillor Davis's point about grit bins. I know you mentioned that this doesn't really need a response, but I note that you said 68% of the bins were half full and had not been used for 2 years. Well, you know, if you're saying that the grit, becomes less effective, which it does, surely residents would know that as well and wouldn't start just throwing useless grit everywhere. But, you know, that's just a point. I don't know whether that's been checked on or not. So, couple of things from me then. I agree with the comment that was made on roads in my ward, and I'm sure in all of the wards across the borough. It tends to be the back residential streets that have got the most serious potholes. And just in terms of councils compensating drivers for damage to their vehicles, I'm not sure what the budget for that is. Has that increased over the past 12 months, 2 years, or have we seen less people claiming for pothole damage, Councillor Caulfield?
Thank you, Councillor Casey. I will refer that to Nick, because now Nick will know the answer to that one. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. While I don't have the solid numbers, there's been a decrease over the last 2 years. What I would say is the trend previous to that, probably for the last 15 years, has been a steady increase. That is in line nationally, and we obviously are all aware of the reasons for that. But since we've implemented this programme, what we have seen in claims is a decrease. Small, but it's a decrease.
Okay, thank you. Positive. Councillor Caulfield, can you justify a 44% increase in charges to residents for green waste collection when you said just last year in the press that 36%, just £3 a month, would cover the cost? And I believe you lauded the bigger than expected uptake of the green waste service, which should have generated more revenue than you expected. It's now not £3 a month, it's now £2 a fortnight, or it will be if this budget goes ahead. I don't remember inflation being 44% at any point over the last year or 2 years. Why such a huge uplift? And won't this damage the number of people that have taken up use of the service?
Thanks, Councillor Casey. Well, as you've said, you know, if we touch on last year now, with the financial pressures on the council, the Environment Directive was asked to find £1.3 million worth of savings on the green waste collection service. We did a review of local authorities of what they charged and what service they provided. And the main thing for me that you remember that I said that I wanted to offer the most cost-effective and the most comprehensive service we could to our borough residents if they'd got to be charged for that service. The price that we went with at £36 that year was the middle of the road compared to what other authorities charged. That equated to 70 pence a week, £3 a month, as you've just alluded to. But with that service, we delivered a 50-week service with 25 collections. So prior to that, there was a 32-week service, and then there was an opt-in chargeable service then that residents could have another 6 collections, so they had 22. So, you know, by having the £36 charge, we needed a minimum of 36,000 households to take it on to cover the £1.3 million worth of savings. We did that, as you've alluded to, quite quickly. In fact, we went past that minimum level, I think, within less than the first 2 months. And as it stands now, there's just over 73,000 subscribers on it. So that was game-changing, to use a terminology of mine. And we've certainly been acknowledged in the way that we brought that service on and the way that it grew quite quickly. But another thing, you know, that's been evident now over the last 12 months is that, you know, although we had such a big uptake of subscribers, the council was still subscribing that, subsidising that service. And in the present financial picture, the council can't do that. So what we've had to do is we've had to go and have a look at, you know, what we needed to increase it by to cover the whole year. And that figure was £52, and that is an increase of £16. But if we break that down how I did last year, for the same comprehensive service, that equates to £1 a week, or £2 a fortnight, or £2 a collection, as you've alluded to. But over the year, when you break it down that we did last year, the increase per week is actually 30 pence. So it's gone up from 70 pence a week to £1. So, you know, to break it down to the figures as we did last year, that's where we stand. The council can't subsidise that service any longer, but the driver is still to offer the most cost-effective and most comprehensive service we can. That's the figures that we've come to there. Do I think it's going to affect the subscribers? Well, you'll see the figures that have been worked into the report. You know, we do surmise a downtake on the service. You know, and the numbers we've put in there, I think, is from 73,000 down to 60. That's what we estimate. That figure will cover the full cost, so it'll be self-sufficient. That service at that price will be self-sufficient for £1 a week. I certainly personally think, and as I did last year, that when we actually get the correct wording out there, we've heard throughout the press, and certainly we've heard it mentioned tonight, the 44% increase. That certainly does sound a massive increase. But actually, when you break the cost down, and I've had, you know, quite a large number of residents in contact with me over the weekend, you know, asking me why the council had to do this, and as I've explained to you, that's the mindset there. The council isn't a statutory service, and the council isn't in a position, as it was in better financial years, to subsidise that service, so it could be free. So I think once the message is out there and they understand that they're still getting the same service and the costing breakdown, I think, you know, that 30 pence extra a week for those that really need that service, I think will certainly catch up any envisioned loss going forward.
Okay, thank you. So now it's £2 a fortnight. When will it be £2 a week? And then when will it be £2 a day? Is this an inevitable cost that's just going to rise and rise?
Look, well, I think that...
Quick answer, please.
The costs are not going to rise to those sort of extents, are they? As I've explained to you, and you know, I've got quite a comprehensive journey really to discuss with you, but as you've said tonight, you know, that you know, the way that I was discussing it to you was quite lengthy. You know, I've said to you, you know, what we need to do. This cost will cover, it will allow that service to be self-sufficient. Once that service is self-sufficient, then let me
come back in, because there's, you know, we're running out of time, and I've got to pass over to members of Overview as well. What was the figure that was raised in 2024-25, and how much did the council subsidise the green collection waste by?
Okay, well, the figure that was raised last year was, and Nick will correct me on this, it was just under £3 million. And the council subsidised the service by 450,000. So we were short of just shy really of £500,000. And as I said, the figures now, that's evident. We can't subsidise that service. You know, we've had to increase it by £16 to £52 a year, but that will see that service then at the figure of 60,000 subscribers. That will see that service fully self-sufficient. So I only envision any cost increases in the future would be down to, you know, fueling costs, vehicles, but we've got a bigger strategic review to deal with that in the background. So it'll only be with inflation that would, I don't envision any great hikes that you've mentioned on that service at all.
Okay, thank you. We will see. Can you explain what happened to energy from waste? When I was in Cabinet, it was the prosperous future that Dudley was going to have its coffers filled with money pouring in. Is that still the case? How much are we getting from it?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councillor Casey. I'll refer that to Nick, because Nick's been dealing with this directly, if I can.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of energy from waste and in terms of the relation to this budget, what we're actually looking at there is a rebasing of the capital investment of the energy from waste plant. So just to clarify that, we've gone from a 3-year capital investment all the way to a 10-year. So because that's been spread out over a number of years, that relates to that saving there. In terms of the further information around the energy from waste plant, I'm more than happy to facilitate either a separate verbal briefing to yourself or perhaps a written brief to members of the committee. I'm more than happy to do that, but it's obviously, as you understand, it's quite a large.
So we don't know tonight how much the council's getting from energy from waste?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Caulfield, can you elaborate on trimming and dimming and street light rescheduling, which should give us a £500,000 saving altogether?
Yes, certainly, Councillor Casey. Well, the trimming and dimming is something we're already doing. But you know, we've had no issues come from that. We've had no complaints, and that's already an energy saving in the way that we're doing that at the moment. I haven't got the figures at hand, and I'll look to Nick again that he would have that where we stand now. But as I say, that's something that we're already doing, and obviously that's already bringing in savings.
Can you briefly explain what it is? I guess I understand, but I'm not.
Okay, so I mean, trimming and dimming would be this. I mean, you know, at the moment we're carrying out a new LED light replacement program on all our street lamps. They're a brighter light anyway, so trimming and dimming at certain times of the evening, you know, or later at night, then we turn the brightness down on the lights. And certainly in some instances then, you know, in the early hours, then we may turn them off altogether.
Okay. It's sort of budget related because I don't want Dudley to have claims against it, but there's a lot of people out and about at night, especially if they're part of hospitality, if they're late night workers. I think turning the lights off and making our streets dark is not an appropriate way forward. Drop curbs in the yellow book we've got, it just says POA and POA. Now, drop curbs are expensive, I understand that. But what's the difference between the POA for 2024-25 and the POA for 2025-26? Is there going to be an uplift in the increase to residents of putting drop curbs in?
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Councillor Casey. Well, the POA is price on application. So, you know, the difference with that would be this. You know, I could have three drop curbs outside my house, but if you had a bigger drive than me and you had 6 or 7, then the price equation between the two would be different. Just
stopping you, that's not the question. Let me give you a hypothetical example. If I applied for a drop curb in 2024-25 outside my house, is there going to be an uplift in price if I applied for that drop curb in 2025-2026?
Oh, well, I think I've really explained that to you, but it's an individual cost. So it would be to each individual property. No two properties could be the same. And as I say, you know, you could have 4 to 5 drop curbs outside your house where your neighbour could have 3. So unless it's an individual price to that property.
Okay, thank you. Nick, I'm going to ask you the question because with the greatest of respect to Councillor Caulfield, I didn't get an answer. Is there going to be an increase in the cost to residents, whatever the surveyor says the cost will it be more next year than this year?
Yes. So what I would say is that the increase in cost will be based purely around inflation. So whether that's inflation of materials, something that the council hasn't done in a long time until last year, as you'll know. But yes, any increase will be through inflation. So
we'll be looking about 2.6, 2.7% tops.
Approximately, and the reason that perhaps isn't stated in that way is, and as Councillor Caulfield has linked to, actually, if we can do something with materials and the more materials we have and what we have, that means it's varied. But yes, you're right, inflation would be the increase, so you can expect perhaps that rate.
That's the answer I was looking for. Thank you. Councillor Dobb.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to quickly take you back to the green bins, if I can, and ask whether a monthly charge instead of the one-off payment has been looked into, especially or specifically for those on a lower income or even single-parent families or something like that. Just have we looked into it, or is it just the one-off payment and that's it? Thank you.
Nick, do you want to answer that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch the first part of the question.
Yeah, absolutely, I can answer that. I mean, Councillor Dobbs, you'll be aware of the extensive work we did last year, and some of these questions came up when we first introduced those the charges. Again, it's something that we review constantly, completely understand the concerns that you've raised. However, due to the complexities and the same as we had last year in terms of bringing that money in, the staffing that would need to be behind that to ensure that we're on top of that, this year will remain as last year, where it will be a one-off payment. But what I will say is it doesn't rule out any future plans, if possible, to bring something like that in. At the moment, it is a bit too difficult.
Thank you. Councillor Ali.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just say that you have asked some of the pertinent questions that were on my list to do as well. So can I say that this is going to be one of the most hurting budgets which local residents will face? We know £42 million cut this year, and the next 3 years, I think the forecast is over £160 million. So the question when we ask the cabinet member, are there going to be further increases, and we don't get an answer, I think we can read into what that means. There will be increases in services. There will be further cuts in services over the next coming years. He paints a picture that there is no problem at all, but that is not the case. Whilst he claims he's revolutionised road surfacing, as you said, Chair, in your comments, he might have done that maybe on the main roads, but out in the estates, in the local areas, roads are blighted with potholes, email after email, and you don't get a response. The officers will know this as well. I mean, I just point to St Thomas's ward, let alone some of the other wards. He also says he's not focused on reduction. An unbelievable statement to make. He's closing toilets, he's doing away with grit bins. Car parking charges have increased, green wheelie bin charges are increased, and he's saying, well, he's not focused on reducing services. And I can't understand what he means by that statement. So the couple of questions I need to ask is, first of all, can he tell us how much he is spending on agency staff and how many agency staff are employed at the moment? And I've got a couple of follow-ups, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali, for that. I mean, I don't see anywhere that what I've explained tonight that I don't see there's an issue. There's obviously an issue. I mean, we've got 3 scrutiny meetings this week. The council's having to find a £42 million shortfall. We haven't touched on the reasoning for that historical.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm really sorry to stop you, but can you just answer the 2 specific questions?
To be fair, Councillor Casey,
we're all aware of the situation the council is in financially and the savings that have got to be made, but 2 specific questions were asked. We don't need to hear again why it's being done, just the specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll take on board what you're saying. It does seem to be a one-sided question and answer to me, but I mean, look, I'll take it on board. We're having quite bold statements made, Councillor Casey, and as Cabinet Member, I'm in a position, we've got residents online tonight, we've got members of the public, we've got new members in here tonight that don't understand all the services. I'm trying to explain as in depth as I possibly can. And when I'm trying to do that, as Chair, you're stopping me, but you're allowing the long, bold statement. So that's all I'm going to say on that. What I will do is this. I will pass this on to Nick, because he will know about he will know exactly what we spend on agency staff. But what I will ask from you as Chair, and we're online, and as I've already said, and members of the public are here, that you be fair in the way, if a statement is made and a question is put to me as Cabinet Member, you give me a fair shot, whether we're here to till 10 o'clock tonight or not, to give that answer. Because the problem is, out in the borough, our residents are not getting the full picture and the truth, Councillor Casey, because it is being stopped, and I'm giving the truth to them. That's why I was elected, to be a strong voice for the local residents. That was a statement you made on Monday. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Councillor Caulfield, which has just wasted another 2 minutes of the time that our members of Overview and Scrutiny need to ask their questions. And I don't want any party political partisanship. Thank you very much. Tom spoke about that at the beginning. I am just trying to give people the time to ask their questions of the Cabinet member. If you want to chunter away. Don't bother me in the slightest. It's your time that you're wasting. Councillor Ali, did you get the answers or do you want to ask the question again?
Yeah, Chair, I didn't get an answer.
Thanks, Chair. So whilst I don't have those numbers to hand, I do have estimations, probably not appropriate to go through. So what I would rather do is come back to you with the actual figures. What I can say, and what you will be aware of, is we have minimal amount of agency workers. The only area across environment that we have agency working for is on the waste service. And so we now have the minimal amount, but I will come back to you in writing exactly how many and the costs of those agency workers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that. Thank you, Nick, for that. My follow-up question to Councillor Caulfield, is he aware of a social media post going around that agency workers are being treated unfair by Dudley Council?
Thank you, Councillor Ali. I'll pass that over to Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Whilst I'm not entirely sure how relevant it is to the budget, I will answer it because it is an issue that arose today. The issue you're talking about, which I won't go into depth about, happened this morning outside Lister Road. That was one individual who does not work for the authority.
Can I stop you there? In all fairness, that's not relevant to the budget either, and I'll say that to Councillor Ali as well. If you want to take that up between the two of you, that's fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Anything else, Councillor Ali?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A question to Cabinet member. Can you confirm whether the car parking has had impact, car parking charges have had impact on leisure centre membership?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to say it again. I've just been advised that probably isn't a question for this one as well. And I think Digital Customer and Commercial Services were here on Monday, who would have been able to answer that question. So I'm sorry to stop that one, but it's a question that maybe Councillor Caulfield can speak to Councillor Atkins and get that information to you. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Ali?
No, thank you.
I think Councillor Lawrence was next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can Councillor Caulfield confirm if we have seen an increase in green waste fly tipping since the green bin charge has been introduced? I think you might have said that earlier, but just to clarify. I'd also like to know what percentage of the green bins are we collecting of the 73,000 subscribers that we've got currently in December and the start of January. And then also the public toilets that we're going to dispose of, what's going to happen with the buildings? Are they going to be left to sit there and rot, or are we going to move them on quickly so they don't become an eyesore in the centres that they are? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence, for those questions. Now, as I think I already confirmed earlier on, there is certainly hasn't any increase in fly tipping been seen since we initiated the green bin charges. The other two questions and points that you've put to me there, I will pass those over to Nick, as he will know those directly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer the third question. I didn't quite hear the second one. Apologies around green waste. In terms of the toilets, the plan for now is to close them securely so that there can be no, there's obviously no vandalism and no unwanted attention. And then there will be a plan moving forward. At this point in time, we're not. It's part of that regeneration I would expect within the community. Would you mind repeating the second question about the green waste, please?
Yeah, certainly. It was just in regards to the percentage of the 73,000 subscribers that we've picked up in December and January. Appreciate you might not have those figures to hand, but what I'm getting at is, are we sending out a truck when we're picking up very little waste?
Apologies. The question, just so I'm clear, the question you're asking is how much green waste are we collecting through those 73,000? So I can more than happy supply you with the tonnage, both across the year and across the winter. Oh, in terms of how we're not putting the bins out, I mean, no, we don't collect that data. We wouldn't collect that data. Again, what I would say, we would go based on subscribers in certain areas, but we certainly don't have time to collect the data of people who aren't putting their bins out. So I don't have that information.
Thank you for that. We are running out of time quite rapidly, so I've definitely got Councillor Archer, then Councillor Sahota, and I'll try and squeeze Councillor Hill in as well. Thank you, Councillor Archer.
My question's on car parking, Councillor Caulfield, but it's not on the impact assessment, although that is important. What my question is, there was talk of a review of the charges for the first 2 hours. Are they going to remain the same, or are there any plans to increase those charges?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Archer. I'll pass that on to Nick. I mean, I know the decision with the car parking's already been answered, hasn't it? And phase 2 isn't in this report, so I'll pass that over to Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And again, conscious of time and conscious of other decisions were made, but I don't believe that's a question for this budget. Although I'm more than happy to have a conversation outside of it.
Councillor Archie, was your question, are the current implemented car parking charges going to rise? Okay. Councillor Caulfield, can you answer that quickly, please?
Yes, sorry, yeah, but forgive me. No, not in this budget. No.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sahota.
Chair, I just wanted to revisit the car parking leisure centre issue, which I think does relate to this committee and this discussion. We raised concerns with senior officers last week about, we were told, because that obviously that has an impact on the budget forecast going forward, and we were told that we would get the information in terms of the impact of car parking charges and the usage of leisure centres by this meeting. An email was sent yesterday to senior officers requesting this information, so therefore I think this committee does need to have that information because it has an impact on the budget setting. Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Just responding to that. So I received the email from Councillor Sahota and have professionally promised him that he will receive all the data from car parking in terms of the pay and display income that we've had to date. And also just referring, as everybody will be able to see in their packs, what we can see is through those changes and what we're discussing tonight, the level of income has risen by 365%. So I've understood the email, received the email, and promised to get that data back to him by the end of the week, which still stands.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Hill, then Councillor Denning, and then we'll draw this session to an end.
Thank you, Chair. Jumping back to the green bins and the question around particularly winter collections, would there be scope to limit the cost increase to residents by cutting out collections in the middle of winter when probably relatively few people do put out green waste?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Obviously, we've set out the costings in this report tonight. What I would say to you is this: if that's a recommendation, then put it forward in your scrutiny committee, and then we'll certainly take that away and we'll look at it in cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Denning.
Thank you, Chair. Item 91 in the Yellow Book, reduced road resurfacing programme by 1,610 square metres. From what you've said in the past, we've got a 5-year plan. How is that going to impact on the plan, firstly? And then also, we've been allocated money from central government for potholes. Is that being taken into account with the budget, or is that over and above?
Councillor Denning, I think we've already answered that. Really, to be fair, I'll pass that back over to Nick because Nick already went into that into some depth. If I can, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I did go into, but in terms of how it affects the plan, this year and for the next 3 years, it doesn't. The simple reason it doesn't is follow on from your second question, what we are aware of now, which we weren't aware of 2 years ago, was actually we're going to be receiving more money from government, as you say, for potholes in terms of resurfacing and what have you. So that programme, we actually believe the programme will be accelerated rather than affecting in a negative impact. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, thank you everyone. I kind of guessed this is the one session that would get a little bit saucy, but you know, thanks Councillor Caulfield for your answers. They are appreciated. I am trying to be scrupulously fair. Luckily on Monday, every single session kind of fit into the time slot, and we've gone over by about 10 minutes, which is why I was trying to make sure that answers were succinct. Before we finish, Councillor Baton, would you just refresh people's memories on the questions you asked Brendan Arnold? And then, Brendan, can you give a quick response, please?
Yes, Chair. It was on the approximately 220 frozen posts that were potentially going to be deleted. And the question was around how many of those 220 posts, if any, were in statutory services.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased to say that the answers to all of the questions raised on Monday were sent out to all members of this meeting and Cabinet at 4 minutes past 2 this afternoon. So sorry, Councillor, if you didn't receive them. We've just sent them to you again about 40 minutes ago. The answer to the question specifically is that 79 relate to statutory services and 141 to non-statutory. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you. And I'm not sure, I actually haven't received any of the slides either. I've had to have them via colleagues, so I don't know quite what's going on with my email, but clearly something is. But it's just quick, I mean, if it's in the breakdown of the email, because I haven't seen it, is the breakdown of what those statutory services are, or is it just a blanket? This number is statutory posts.
Brendan, if I can ask you to answer that to Councillor Baton directly rather than in this meeting, because we really are running over now. Members of the Environment and Regeneration Select Committee, if you could communicate with Asif or Andrew, your Chair and Vice Chair, with any recommendations that you've got. He will then pass those on to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, who will pass those on to the relevant Cabinet member. Councillor... Oh, I've forgotten. Just, have you got a point?
Sorry, Chair. Can I just come on to the comment just made by Brendan? There has no email been received by members at the time that you stated.
Okay, that can be taken up after this meeting. Right, I'm going to draw a line on this bit. Thank you, Councillor Caulfield, and thanks, Nick, for giving you time tonight. I hope members got the answers they wanted. Do you reckon 10 minutes, everyone, or 5 minutes? I'll leave it up to you. 5 minutes, so if we come back at 5 to 7, please. Thank you.
Mark, we've got Mark. That'd be a cracking, that wouldn't it? That'd be a cracking game. Yeah, it's a good atmosphere. Oh, yeah.
No.
Shouldn't be. Shouldn't. Our son takes this group of 6 will go. Yeah. We got lots of very regular and sits in the seats and attending matches. Yeah. My rule is I'm going to do it on the way to the game. It's in that song. That's
You're going to win her out and about on their visits. Or don't go back in the full food gorgeous. So we've got... Yes. Because what they'll say is the partnership is not sufficient. You know, I'm still, tonight, I'm still open at the 2. Are you? Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're going to start in about a minute's time. I'm really sorry, Councillor Priest's just given me the chewiest sweet I've ever had in my life, and it won't go away. Okay, we are running a bit late after that session on environment, but I do feel, whether other members did or not, I do feel it was very good, and lots of questions are answered. Okay, the next one we're on to tonight is the Regeneration and Enterprise Directorate, which is also Environment and Regeneration Select Committee. So once again, for this session, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Ahmed, and we've got Councillors Bradley and Atkins who will be answering questions in this session. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Bradley, I believe you'll be presenting the report. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Just with your permission, I've just got a couple of minutes intro, and I'll pass it over to my my officer, who also has 2 minutes, and then we'll get straight into it. Thank you. Committee. The Regeneration and Enterprise Directorate brings together a wide range of interrelated built environment professional functions, and the services underpin the very delivery of our council plan. Regen Department work across Directorate with housing, environment, public health and children's services, amongst others, to bring forward inward investment. It ensures the delivery of sufficient new quality affordable homes, access to better paid and higher skilled jobs. The team collaborates to design in opportunities for active travel and ensures access to open spaces, leisure and cultural facilities for residents. The Directorate also works across the Council and with a range of external partners to deliver sustainable placemaking. Through this Directorate, the Council acts as an accountable body on several significant government funding grants deployed to upskill residents for the future, ensure the success and sustainability of our local businesses and regeneration of our town and local centres. Through the ongoing £1 billion regeneration programme, this was further boosted at the end of 2023 with the allocation of £20 million for the longer-term plan for towns and 2 levelling up fund bids in Brierley Hill and Aylesbury worth £40 million in total. Finally, corporate landlord, or CLS, manage the corporate estate, ensuring compliance with legal requirements, designing and delivering new buildings. They are at the forefront of driving £7 million savings over the next few years from releasing assets that are surplus to requirements. Work is underway to move to a fully corporate landlord function. The savings and growth proposals in the current budget reflect significant changes made in previous years, like changing national legislation and the significant project delivery that is already underway. And it also acknowledges the Council is moving to work differently going forwards. And at that, Chair, I'll hand it over to my Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. So, expanding on Councillor Bradley's introduction and highlighting a couple of key points that are in the slide deck that you have had, I would confirm that the Directorate operates a total budget of in the region of 32 million, of which just shy of 18 million of that is income, and it results in a net controllable budget of 15.6. We currently have approximately 700 staff. This is a this will do, yeah, sorry. Is that better? Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll repeat the last sentence, but not the whole thing. So the Directorate has a budget of over 32 million, an income of about 17.88, and a net controllable budget as a result of 15.6 million. We currently have approximately 700 staff. This is reduced from just under 1,120 that we had in early 2023. That's because we exited the school catering market and have made a number of other structural changes. On top of this, our contribution to the corporate-wide job freeze is 32 posts, so about 15% of those that are listed in the 220. And on slide 8, you'll see a comparison of our 24-25 budget. You'll notice moving into 25-26, there is a net increase of just over 500k. This reflects the fact that the pressures we have are circa 2 million, but we have found savings in the region of 1 million, or 6% of our net budget. very quickly, the pressures reflect a couple of issues that we face. Firstly, the difficulty in recruiting and retaining staff in a number of our key service areas, not least corporate landlord surveyors, building control and wider regeneration. To continue to be able to deliver the services at a statutory minimum or near, and to keep on track the significant key regeneration projects that Councillor Bradley has just outlined, this has resulted in a need for increased resources. And of course, they sometimes come on a temporary basis at a higher cost. Secondly, there are some structural issues in base budgets, such as income targets that haven't kept pace with actual income. And we have an increased budget requirement for certain key activities, not least the Dudley Local Plan, which has been slightly delayed in its programme due to the changes, and of course the MPPF changes that we face as well. Moving to the savings, they fall broadly into 4 categories. They are the cessation of services, increasing of fees and income, removal or reduction in base budgets, and efficiencies, such as a specific example that's on your screen of changes to the cleaning regime. The cessation of services will, of course, have an impact. That's an accepted fact, but these services will instead be delivered, hopefully in an internal way, externally to customers, signposted to guidance and advice, and supported in a transition to do that. And in the case of public art, delivered in a different way, which will be via commissioning third parties and funding it through grant. The increase in bereavement income is considered to be realistic and achievable, and it has to be considered in the context of the private market competition, so specifically Waisley Hills Crematorium. And this is an additional 1% increase on top of an already agreed 2%. And that, with the rebasing of the budget, means that the underachievement should be controlled whilst remaining competitive in the market. We work and will continue to work on efficiencies to try and drive out further cost savings, and it's considered the reductions proposed in the base budget can be done without significant detriment, as they are either as a result of actions that have already taken place, such as the restructures, or they have been in budgets where there have been historic yearly underspends, and therefore that can be removed from service lines without considerable detriment. Finally, the line on adult and community learning saving is not a reduction in the base budget, it is a switching out of base budget for grant, and therefore there will be no reduction in overall service budget and or service delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. For those, sorry, I didn't introduce you at the start. So it's Helen Martin that we've got here, for those of you who don't know. I'm sure most of you do. Now, before I hand over to the committee, I just want to ask one question. I don't know if this is Councillor Adkins or if it's Councillor Bradley. So my question is specifically around the Borough Hall charges. Is that yourself? Okay, Councillor, perfect. Hopefully nice, straightforward one. So I just wanted to know, obviously there's proposed increases to the charges, which vary between 6% and 13%. Just wanted to know what formula's been used there, really, because it seems a bit random. You know, if I just look at...
I was just going to come in there, Councillor Ahmed. I believe that's digital customer and commercial.
Oh, is that covered in that one?
But I don't know whether you want to answer it, Councillor Bradley.
Sorry, well, I think Phil would want to come in on that if you accept, but it is commercial, yeah. Just for noting that I'm corporate landlord, so I run the landlord side of things, and Phil has got the commercial side.
It's your choice, Councillor Atkins. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, sorry, I was just confirming that Councillor Kesey's right. It comes under the commercial briefing that was yesterday. Sorry, Monday, you're right. My bad.
Absolutely fine. No problem at all. In that case, can I hand over to members of the committee? Anyone like to raise any questions? Have you got anyone? Councillor Sahota?
Thank Helen, obviously, for a sort of brief overview in terms of the cost pressures, obviously, as she's outlined in that summary there. I did have some concerns, reservations, and how some of these figures were worked out. And I did, out of courtesy, drop Helen an email yesterday asking if she could just explain how, obviously I'm not an accountant, and asking if she could just explain to me how those figures were devised. She did send me an email back and obviously copied the chair and a couple of other people. So I'm going to ask whether, Helen, would you be able to get that email on the screen so people can explain your explanations? Would that be helpful? Thank you, Chair.
perhaps easier if I can talk through, if that's okay, but happy to provide any further information. So the first inquiry from Councillor Sahota related to the enterprise zone saving, which is the second line on the screen in front of you of 200k. It was a query because the wider sort of explanation of it made reference back to the Black Country LEP, which obviously has ceased to exist. The Black Country LEP did administer the enterprise zone funding that came back out to the other authorities. You may recall not all authorities have an enterprise zone, but there was a point where 250k per annum was shared equally out amongst the 4 authorities. That's the 250k that's referred to. What we used it to do was in effect swap out base budget as if it was a grant, which then gave us capacity to use funds with freedom and flexibility across the rest of the budget in Regen and Enterprise. So all we're doing now that is coming to an end, and the enterprise zone benefits are, and the activity there is coming to an end, is reducing that budget by 200k. That will continue to fund the staff, but what we don't need to do is the marketing and other wider activity that would have been involved in the enterprise zone historically. And therefore that it won't affect service delivery. You won't see a difference out in the community. The second comment related to the saving for the, it says NHR, that's New Heritage Regeneration budget, that's a 200k. When we closed New Heritage Regeneration 23, there were 3 staff. One was made redundant, one ceased because they were a contractor, and the other member of staff tupied into the council. When they came across, there was a base budget of 200k. This continued to fund that officer's post and some other residual activity. That officer has now moved into a permanent establishment post that is salary funded. They're not under TUPE anymore, and that allows us now to release that funding in future years. It has currently been used to fund other pressures within Regen, other interims and other posts, but if it needs to be given up, then we can do so in the following year. And the final main query was about adult and community learning. There are 2 slides. There's one line that shows 100k, there's one line that shows a 50k. They are the same budget and the same issue. We just put forward a second wave of savings. So the narrative around it is the same for both of those slides. Again, this is not a case of a reduction of service. This is an offsetting by grants that's coming into us from the combined authority and a removal of base budget. So to the customer, there will be no difference to the service they provide. It's literally how we're funding it and swapping out of base budget for grant. And then the final query that Councillor Sahota raised with me related to the, what I can't see which line it is on there, sorry, it's a community resource, which is a cessation of a service. It's one team that supports community groups that are in our community centres. So what I would say is not all community groups that are in our community centres have support. We provide a base level of clerical and admin support and some guidance and support around governance for these community groups. What we're proposing to do is to cease providing that support. There are alternative places that they can get it. We are not proposing to pull the rug. We will support them in a transition and signpost them to other information and guidance. That other information and guidance has not been lined up yet. That's work that will have to happen if this is a budget saving that comes forward, but that is work that we would do to support those small number of community groups that still do lean on the council for support in running their centres. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Helen. Councillor Sahota, do you want to come back?
For the explanation, Helen, obviously we had a brief chat this before the meeting, and I think although I accept the explanation for the 3 or 4 additional the first slides, but I think I am concerned about the fact that obviously with the community team no longer, obviously clearly the write up on that point clearly stated that we would be expecting the Dudley Volunteer Community Service to take this on board, and I did raise the concern of whether we can't assume that they're under budget pressures themselves in terms of funding, etc. So I do feel we need to revisit this to see whether if this cut is tangible, and also see whether what support we can do in the interim period, because I think literally pulling the rug from these community groups who deliver a lot of community regeneration in our deprived neighbourhoods, suddenly they won't have that sort of support from the council that's been there. So I do feel this needs to be looked into in terms of whether we do some interim sort of hand-holding and phase this. If this cut is made, then it's phased, so we wait until they actually have got capacity and support from other agencies to continue their work, rather than sort of just saying, rather than sort of so I do feel this needs to be looked into. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to come in. Absolutely, there will be support provided, but they only do admin and clerical management side of it, so we're not envisaging that it's going to be too much of an issue. But we are looking at the voluntary sector that do provide this service as well. When Ellen spoke about the ACL, the adult community learning, I do think it'd be remiss of me to not just mention the fact that we have a fantastic performing service on this. They have been able to find the £150,000 to put into savings, both on different occasions, but they have come up twice on this, but it is the same base budget. But they are fantastic, and they are Ofsted good. And that anybody knows anything about Ofsted, good is a very, very good result. I just wanted to say that. And the other two, they are literally, in political terms, it is just moving of staff. We're not losing any jobs, they're just moving into different positions. And it left us some budget that we could put back into savings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baton, did you indicate earlier, sorry?
Thank you, Chair. So my question is really around, I kind of asked this on Monday night in the general round of things, particularly in relation to the guiding principles of the capital programme, and then looking at your slide on service context and key risks. So you talk about a key risk being failure to deliver outputs required by grants, grant clawbacks, reputational damage, financial impact, college do not sign lease, building has started, etc. So I suppose really, rather than being a specific question about a particular project that may or may not continue, with the guiding principles around the capital programme, which are around match funding, what risks are we at for not being able to deliver projects currently in train? What risks are there for the future in terms of reputational damage for the borough if this budget goes ahead and you know, significant cuts are made to this service, given the fact that you've already highlighted some of those key risks yourself?
I will hand it over to Ellen for the technical side of it, but yes, it's actually quite a good question. I think it will be an as and when. I think as time goes by, and if this budget goes through and we can actually turn the ship around, as it were, we will be able to re-look at this situation. But as it is at the moment, there will be no project going forward, future project going forward, that will be match funded, because we're not in a place to do that with this budget proposal. But at the same time, there will be possibilities of grant allocations to us as well, and we're looking very, very strongly into that. But I will let Ellen come in for the technical.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. I think to answer your question, Councillor Baton, there's two issues. There's existing projects in flight, and then there's the future as we move forward. And that guiding principle in the capital budget is about a little bit more the future than it is the existing. So anything that is in train currently, it is really important that we continue with those projects. We put the sufficient resource in to manage them, manage any contracts, manage any outputs. And those outputs are after we finish building the building. They may run for 10, 15 years afterwards. And there's a whole monitoring and evaluation that has to sit behind that, and therefore a team of people that have to resource that. So part of that risk on that page is about a recognition that you do need a core amount of resource to be able to deliver what's already started, and to continue to monitor to make sure we do deliver the outputs that those projects were intended to deliver. Moving forward, in terms of those guiding principles, as Councillor Bradley's pointed out, we aren't able to provide match at the moment. That might change in the future. So the process will be either we do not or cannot bid or cannot accept an allocation, or we look at more innovative, different ways of finding that match. Now, that might be the partner in that project delivering the match. That match might be land that we consider as a council as an acceptable match, or that might be another source of grant funding. It's difficult to know whether in the future we'll get big waves of funding like the £20 million times 3 that we got at the end of 23, or whether our focus, and I think this is probably likely, will be through the integrated settlement coming from the combined authority, which may well have an element of match, but we also have the ability to perhaps have a different conversation and negotiation with them over what that looks like. I think there are other issues that potentially shape those risks, not just the restrictions or criteria in the capital programme. We are working with Brendan and his team to develop better business cases that make sure that when the council does decide to proceed with a project, there's a good governance and an audit trail and all of the risks and all of the issues, not at the point of just accepting it, but with a crystal ball to the future, are very clear when the council makes a decision. I think there's a real need to cut our cloth to what we can deliver and to focus the projects and the activity towards the themes and the pillars that are in the economic regen strategy and in our place-based strategy, to make sure that we are tackling the issues that the borough faces and the real issues, and not just delivering projects. And working with partners. So there's also, I think, a presumption that it doesn't necessarily have to be us that delivers. There are other people that can deliver the regeneration in the borough, and it's about facilitating and enabling some of those partners to access funding or bring forward opportunities. And I know on Monday night you raised the question, will this budget maybe put people off? It's impossible to answer that. But what we hear when we speak to people who are looking to invest is, when is the metro coming? Talking about the investments already happened. They can see our £1 billion project. They can see the cranes and they can see the steel frames going up, and it gives people confidence that things are happening. So some of that investment will be transport, connectivity and other partners that will give people comfort to come and move here, and that people are interested in coming to Dudley still. And I don't think we've necessarily seen that change as a result of any of these budget papers. I think just maybe the way we do it might be what has to change as we move forward.
Can I just briefly come back on the first point? So when you said that you would still need a core resource to manage and deliver current projects, are you assured that with any of the savings you have to make in this budget, that you will have that core service to deliver?
Thank you. Yes, you're correct. I didn't answer that point. Thank you. Yes, as it stands. So we've made a quite concerted effort in the savings that have come forward to protect those core teams that are delivering those projects. That's why we've taken things out of base budget. That's why we proposed the regrettable ceasing of certain services, to try and minimise the impact on those key investments. We have also had to support that team with interim staff where we haven't either been able to recruit or we need a specific skill. That is a pressure. It's in our growth items to reflect that. But as it stands today, we have sufficient resource. Can we do any more? No. But what we've got in flight, yes, we can manage as it stands today. And that's why it's those savings that are up there and not other possible areas that we could have cut.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee wish to raise any? Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Chair. Clearly, there's an understandable move to try and move from base budget to grant and making the most of that, which is clearly a good thing to do. Obviously, that does mean we are dependent on the provider of that grant in terms of releasing it at the time we need them to in order for us to continue the projects that we're hoping to achieve. I'm thinking levelling up. I'm thinking that we've already seen some delays in the release of the funding at the times we've been hoping for that to come forward. That hasn't affected, as I understand it, our teams and the staff we've got working on that in the background. But if we are dependent on the release of that budget, then perhaps we wouldn't have the colleagues working on the project in the lead up to the grant, the next stage of the grant actually being released. So what risk do you see in terms of projects, our ability to continue delivering these projects in between the release of grant, if we're very much dependent on the release of those funds from a third party?
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Which monies are we talking about? The LUF or the?
LUF was the specific example, but obviously enterprise zone, and there was another example of where we've moved from base to grant. Obviously, Helen explained how some of that monies has been used to fund posts. So if we are now going to be dependent on grant for those posts to exist, if the grant is delayed, do we lose our people working on the projects and also the continuity of people who've been working on those projects in the background for years? Again, levelling up being a key example.
Thank you. Helen or Mark?
Thank you very much. I think it's a couple of different answers depending which one it is. So the enterprise zone, that residual budget we're keeping protects the staff. So what we're losing is money that would have been on marketing and other items after. So in that particular example, no. In adult and community learning, it's a small element of a much bigger grant that we're swapping out amount-based budget. So I don't really think it would be a risk there. We would manage that. In terms of future funds like Levelling Up and longer-term plans for towns, we've had to pause activity on longer-term plan for towns because the government hadn't yet released the capacity funds to allow us to start. The issue is not really the permanent establishment staff, it's interim staff that are being funded through that. And whilst that's regrettable project-wise, they are easy to step up and step down as funds come through. We have enough activity to mean people are generally realigned or busy somewhere else, and then we swap them to where the key activity is. So I would hope at the moment not too significant.
And just specifically on levelling up, will this impact the colleagues, the officers who've been working on that, our resource to work on that?
Sorry, take a minute. Gives me time to think of the answer, doesn't it?
Councillor Davis, if you can turn.
Not in terms of levelling up. Sorry, because
I was going to say, sorry, can you speak into the mic?
Sorry,
I would have said, as I said on Monday, you're on the screens, but you're not, unfortunately.
Sorry, not specifically with levelling up, because the majority of the staff that are currently working on that are permanent establishment staff, and it's one of many projects that they are involved in. As they become live, those particular projects are likely to be predominantly led by third parties, so they're both college-led projects. There is element of council activity, transport, connectivity, public realm, but the main substantive elements of both those projects are with Dudley and Halesowen College, and they will be having to do the heavy lifting on that. Our staff involvement are permanent establishment staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Will that respond to Councillor Davis? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I can't see any other members of the committee have indicated. If that is the case, then Councillor Kesey, I can hand over to you.
Thanks, Councillor Ahmed. Right, again, before I hand over to other members of Overview and Scrutiny, a couple of things from me. I challenged Councillor Caulfield quite hardly, or whatever, at the beginning of his session, asking that I don't recall inflation being 44%. Or specifically relating to some planning, I don't recall inflation being 303% or 380% or 243% or 122%. A first inquiry for a pre-application for a householder is up 100%. A minor change of use first inquiry is up 303%. A major change of use first inquiry is up 380%. And I'm not talking, small figures, for example, like we talked about with Councillor Caulfield, from maybe 36 to 52, which in itself is big, but we're talking about hundreds to thousands here. A first inquiry for signage up 243%. Councillor Bradley, I'm assuming this is your portfolio. How can you justify those increases? And aren't you putting a big sign up saying Dudley is closed for business, enterprise and investment?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kesey. I think that's a fair question. I think there's two elements to this. There are government and local ways that we put fees up. There are non-discretionary fees that we put on, and there are discretionary fees. I will bring Carl into this one if that's okay, just now. But at the moment, the actual fees that we're charging over time, we haven't actually put them up for a while. We do our own local ones annually, but the government ones don't get done. They can last up to 5-10 years before they get updated. I do understand on a national level, like the places like London, these fees are very, very low. The likes locally, Walsall, their fees are actually over what we charge, so we are updating within line. I know that Wolverhampton and Sandwell are looking at a similar prudent path on a local level. I could ask Carl, Carl to come in. Please, Chair.
Carl, before you come in, can you just confirm the question I've asked, and I'm happy to be educated, are the fees I've mentioned ours, or are they government imposed?
Through you, Chair. That's why I've asked Carl to come in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Yes, these particular ones that you just mentioned, Councillor Kesey, are the discretionary fees that are ours to determine. They did get approved by Planning Committee unanimously on the 13th of January, but I absolutely understand why those particular ones that you've highlighted stand out. Now, what I would say is that pre-application charging is quite common nationally. In fact, now ubiquitous. Dudley we didn't charge until a few years ago, actually, so we were doing this for free. We should be looking to charge for a cost recovery basis, and that's why you see a very big leap, because we hadn't been doing that traditionally. We've been charging far lower than we should have been to cover the cost for providing that advice. These are in line with both benchmarking, as Councillor Bradley said, but also the cost of actually delivering those responses based on productive hours of officers, and it needs to be understood that for the major applications that you refer to, that will often involve a number of officers across the council's input and significant periods of time. It does look very high, I understand that. It is a very small proportion of the overall cost of development in those areas, and certainly for the biggest one you mentioned, which is the major first inquiry, that will often be industrial uses and large-scale industrial sites. So I accept £1,000 would be astronomical for a householder, for example, but this is for big business and actually is quite reasonable in that context, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. I know you said big business. There is small business as well, and I'm assuming the cost is the same whether you're a micro business or whether you're a multinational.
There are two costs, the major and minor. So the minor cost is 500. That is obviously less than half of the major, but that looks to account. That's based on floor space. So the smaller businesses should be captured by the smaller fee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure that's the way it will work, but I'll accept your answer on that. Thank you. Something else from me on planning and building controls. There are a lot of TBCs. If you flick through the pages, it's TBC, TBC, TBC. Can someone confirm the TBCs, please, and what the rises are?
I think it's a matter of timing, Chair, but Carl, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks again. That's accurate. There's been a slight delay this year on the building control fees that are reviewed annually, partly because of resource issues, but also lots of changes in the building control system. We have now got the decision sheet with those proposed changes, and that's literally just going to the Director of Regeneration, Helen, and to Councillor Bradley. That's with them now, but they won't have had an opportunity to get that onto this report. I apologise. We can provide those figures as soon as possible. They, again, are based on a formula provided nationally, again, on cost recovery. Thank you. But I apologise, they weren't ready for this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just the last one from me then before I hand over to the members of the committee. Councillor Bradley, are you saying that we were subsidising planning applications and now we're breaking even on them with these huge cost increases? We're not making money on them, surely?
But no, I wouldn't have thought so, no.
Okay, I'll accept that, Carl. Sorry, you want to...
Sorry, if it's okay, yes. I think that the point is, yeah, that I suppose technically we would have been subsidising over the years because lots of councils didn't charge for pre-app. That trend changed, but Dudley made the decision because we wanted to be open for business, not to charge for pre-app for many, many years. We reluctantly accepted that wasn't something we could do, and actually most developers and most businesses factor in pre-app charges as an expected cost of their project. We are now looking to recover the cost to cover that time. Whether that is fully covered, we'd have to assess each year. And one thing I'd meant to say, and I apologise again, is that we review these annually anyway. And so we will take account of what the result of these charges rises are. And we definitely don't want to be closed for business at all. We feel these are appropriate and won't change the number of applications and context we have. One thing I don't want to delay, because I know you're on a time pressure, but where Councillor Bradley made an important point is the national figures that we don't control have also gone up. Partly in inflation and with some of their increases. They've changed also the way they charge for applications, and so now you don't get a free go after a refusal planning. What was happening traditionally is that people were using the planning application process to have a bit of a punt, shall we say, use that as a free pre-app and then avoid these charges. So that's, I suppose, emboldened us to make the appropriate charge in line with the government's thinking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, please indulge me for one more because questions come into your head as you listen, and this is for Councillor Clark. I asked you on Monday with regard to the council tax support scheme, if it's not approved, what's plan B? And I'll ask you the same question in relation to these fees. If it's not approved, is there a plan B?
With your permission, I'll add some comments of my own. I think on this one, the actual budget that you have in front of you is the plan A. I do believe that there is no plan B that usually comes from the opposition, so it doesn't exist. So we're doing, and I understand that because we're in an unprecedented budget. I get that. So what I would say is we're doing everything we possibly can. So I would say plan B is any recommendations from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee to put forward into Cabinet, and I will definitely fully consider, myself and Cabinet will fully consider those proposals. But there is no plan B, because if you look at it, this is plan A. This is our administration that's put this one forward. So basically this to us is plan A to Z. So if there's any plan B, it will have to come from the opposition, from Scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a fair answer. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Ali, I think you'd got your hand up first.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I can just start off with the comments you've made in relation to the increase in planning charges. Whilst I appreciate that Dudley hasn't charged for some applications, or the fee was lower for the others, and to jump from one extreme to another, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, you used the word Dudley's closed. I think it is really off-putting for people to come and develop. And I think one of the things this administration forgets is that nothing is phased. Everything is on the one end or the other end. And in terms of plan A or plan B, they are the administration. They control the council. They are running the council. They should have the plan A. They should have the plan B. We can only raise issues. We can raise concerns. We have been raising them, not today, not in these scrutiny meetings, in every council meeting, in every cabinet meeting. And those, I must say, and this is to answer that, those calls have fallen on deaf ears. And that is why this council is where it is. And, you know, they say this will be a political statement, but it is, because they've made a political statement. So a couple of questions. Firstly, on bereavement services. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the management and staff for the fantastic work they do, not just the managers, as I say, but also those who do the work in cemeteries and others. And obviously they are unsung heroes and you know, do fantastic work in most difficult times. The question on that one is, it is becoming costly in terms of burying our loved ones. The fees, again, are increased. Can I ask the Cabinet member if he can confirm whether the service makes any surplus from burial costs?
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yes, both of our crematoria do make a profit, and with the introduction of direct cremations up to date from December to now, we have done 29 cremations on that project. Thank you.
Okay, and again, I mean, I think it's in the current climate of cost of living and all the other pressures and every increase in this budget. Again, this is another one which is adding more pressure on the burden on bereaved in terms of burying their loved ones. The question also on this is in the Yellow Book on page 95, there's a 100% increase in wooden inserts in graves. And there's also a concrete chamber increased by 3.1%. Now, those two are predominantly used by particular communities. And do you not think that those increases, that 100% increase, is disproportionate in terms of equalities and all of that?
Through you, Chair, I'll ask Stuart to answer that one.
Thank you. I understand exactly what you're saying, Councillor. What I would say is all we do is cover the cost. So we're absolutely adamant we don't make any profit on the concrete chambers or the wooden inserts. So we only cover the cost. So that's why the increase has gone to that level. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. But it just doesn't make sense, a 100% increase. You know, why the sudden increase? There wasn't any increase last year or the year before. I mean, you know, again, you know, to suddenly be faced with that £100 increase, I think it doesn't look right. And particularly, I think I haven't read the equalities impact assessment, but this is disproportionate in relation to everything else. So I think that does need to be looked at, because, like I said, it affects one particular community, if I'm correct, but I might be wrong on that. The other question, Chair, if I may, through yourself, is there's a risk identified in the risks in terms of failure to identify future burial land. So can you, through you, Councillor, is it Councillor Bradley, through yourself, how are you mitigating that risk?
I will have to hand it to Stuart, but I do know that there is work ongoing with this and there is a budget for it, so a £3 million, if I remember rightly. Stuart, please.
Thanks, Councillor Bradley. Yes, that's correct. There's over £3 million in the budget. We meet on a very regular basis with planners and landscape architects. We have identified sites which we've ultimately had to rule out as we've gone through the process. So we have identified 2 sites at the moment which we're developing and we're working up. We're working on planning permission, but we're continuing to look at new sites as we go. But I will say we meet regularly. We meet almost around about fortnightly on this because it's such a high priority for us.
Yeah, thanks. That's good to hear that you have identified those 2 sites, and I think it's important to bottom those out as soon as possible, because there's a level of uncertainty, particularly when it's raised as a risk. The other question, if I can, Chair, is on Dudley Market. Can Councillor Bradley tell us how much it's costing to redesign and relay out the market?
I'm trying to remember. Yes, it was £150,000.
Yeah, can I ask why he thinks spending £150,000 on relaying or laying out the design of the market will improve the market itself? Because many a time we've raised the issues about the market itself, about you know, the paving, the general you know, the stalls, and talking to the people in terms of what they want in the market. But you know, you've gone ahead again spending 150,000, which I believe is a decrease from 250, but you're still going ahead with your own ideas without talking to people. Why do you think that is the right way to go ahead?
Right, thank you. I'll bring Ellen in on this one, but at the same time, public realm is always needed, especially when we're looking at modernising town centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley, and I will ask Stuart in a second to maybe set out some of the actual activity that's going on, because I think it's slightly wider than that. And you're correct, it is a reduced scheme because of where we find ourselves in circumstances. It's also originally being funded by SPF, and we have a spend deadline, which we have now, you know, very close up to. So it is naturally curtailing how much activity could be funded via that, and we're having to look at alternative funding streams. So we have cut our cloth, but ultimately this might be about the market, but it's actually really about the regeneration of the town centre and getting activity back into the town centre. So it's much bigger than just changing the market. But if I could ask Stuart to set out the areas that we're investing in, that'd be great.
Thanks, thanks, Councillor Bradley. Well, first of all, in response to the comment, Councillor Bradley, we haven't gone out in isolation and just given some, you know, our own thoughts what we should do. We commissioned an external company who are professionals within markets to advise on how they thought we could make the market a better offer for customers. We sent a survey out to customers, and we sent a survey out to market traders. We've done quite a lot of discussion and liaison with other local markets. So we have involved, and we've involved the current market operator as well, Tudor Markets, with their thoughts. So we've done quite a wide piece of work to get to where we are. The outcome of that was that it needed to be more appealing to customers. It needed to be a better trading area for traders. The whole aesthetics of the market needed to be better. We needed to improve the security, i.e. the CCTV. We needed to have more of a food offer where people could come in on a temporary basis, because originally we were going to put a proper kitchen in there. We felt that wasn't the right thing, so we've gone to an area where we have pop-up catering in there. There's more flexible space, so the traders can have better areas or more area if they want to trade. And we've also got an area in there which we can use as an event space. So that's one area where we think we can generate more income and get more people into the town, more footfall, by using the Central Isles as event space. There's gone a lot of thought into this. We haven't done it in isolation as a council. We've gone out sort of external expertise, and we're hoping that it will revigorate the market and bring in more footfall and make it more attractive to customers and traders.
Just going to come in quickly, if you don't mind. Apparently, the live feed has stopped. Can we just check that we're up and running? Okay, that's fine, because this is better than Coronation Street, so we've got to make sure that we're streaming properly. Sorry, Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. Just the last one. Obviously, time will tell in terms of how that pans out. It would be really helpful if the outcomes of the customers and traders survey, the results of that could be circulated to us. Thank you.
Thanks ever so much for that, and thanks for the answers. I believe Councillor Davis, you want to come in? Actually, sorry, to do it in order, Councillor Phipps indicated he wanted to speak, so Councillor Phipps.
Yeah, thank you. It's just contributing to the discussion with regards to the Plan B, which is a narrative that's been brought up a few times. I am not as experienced as some other members in this room, but with regards to the budget setting process, which many people in here have actually been a member of as part of the administration, what tends to happen is the administration will review its position with regards to its income and its expenditure, determine how much it can spend or cannot spend or needs to save, and then produce spending plans in accordance with that. That is then put forward towards the scrutiny process, the Cabinet and the Council. It has never been a standard practice for an entire alternative budget to be produced alongside the budget that is put forward in a Plan B scenario where the primary budget is not put forward and accepted. I accept that this situation we are in no overall control, which might change things somewhat, but what doesn't change things is the reality that we face. There is tens of millions of pounds worth of savings in order for us to set a balanced budget. And the Plan B scenario, if that budget that is in front of us is not passed, is to sit in a room, this room or another room, and discuss what budget we're going to set instead, because we must pass a legal budget. And if we do not do that, we will be under legal obligations to do so, and we could possibly be under external pressure in order to set a budget, however that is done. Now, with regard to the proposals that have been put forward and the various things that have been said about some of the proposals in this document, what my response to that is that if there are things that are unpalatable to members of scrutiny, I would suggest that the Plan B is that you need to start thinking now what savings you will put in place of those savings that you find unpalatable. Because if the budget is refused, and with it being no overall control, it could well be refused, we will certainly try and work to ensure it isn't and this is passed. But if it is, then every single member in this authority has a legal duty to get round the table and find out what else it is going to do to save the money that is required to set a legal budget. And I haven't totaled up the amount of savings that have been, criticised so far. if I did total it up, I would imagine that we're in the realms of around about £6 to £10 million in terms of the stuff that's been discussed, particularly when you take into account council tax reduction at £4 million. Now, the Cabinet reviews what savings it wants to accept and put in the budget, and then that is what you see in front of us. Anything that is not going to replace the things in here, if the council finds it not acceptable, will either be the unpalatable things that we have said we do not wish to do, closing town halls, leisure centres and other facilities in the community, or it will be other, probably very unpalatable things that have not yet been discussed. But I think it's incumbent upon members in this room now to start thinking, what unpalatable things do you want instead of the things that have been put forward here?
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. And as I said to Councillor Bradley, that's a fair comment, and I take that on board. And as a member of the opposition, you're quite right. It is up to us to have a look and to see what alternatives we could propose, and I completely take on board what you've just said. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. So obviously we've heard about and we can see some of the increased charges in planning. We know that a lot of that is cost recovery. On the back of that, and some of that would have been subsidised effectively in previous years, now that they won't be subsidised, has that freed up any resource to go into priorities that have been identified at scrutiny throughout the last few years? Particular example I'll give you is enforcement. We know that we need more planning enforcement. We know that there's a lot of pressure on the limited capacity we've had to date. So do these increased charges and savings actually allow for, as I say, that investment into some of the priorities like planning enforcement?
Nod. Yeah, well, obviously it's a difficult thing to answer because we are focused on income generation, where primarily enforcement is wholly subsidised, as you can imagine, and quite costly. I do recognise and agree that there needs to be investment in enforcement, but we have to try and prioritise how we use our resources, and primarily they have been to date on officer roles and other income generating roles. So it's not a decision for me. Obviously, I would love to have more enforcement officers available, but it's a decision for the various mechanisms within the council as to whether that's appropriate and whether we have the budget for that. I would say the work, obviously the resource is still the same, it's being paid for, so we may be bringing in some income that we hadn't done previously, but obviously it doesn't free up any real time. It's whether that income allows us to meet our targets that have been set that we have traditionally failed to meet, and that might be the main outcome. But I don't know if Helen's got anything to add or not. Sorry, Helen.
No, not really, other than to support the fact that whilst it may not be a fee-earning element of it, it is a really critical quality assurance element that if we don't enforce, then it makes the rest of the statutory process a bit null and void. So we still haven't got full cost recovery, so there is a cost to the council for enforcement, but I would say it's a very important one. And as Carl said, it's about us trying to prioritise activity. We have an enforcement policy that allows us to target our activity where it needs to be targeted most. And it's like all enforcement and all regulatory services, the more you do and the better you are at it, the more reports that you get. So we have to focus and target our activity.
Any more questions from Overview? Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. It's actually following on from 2 points that have already been made. First, on the 150 grand for Dudley Market. Now, my concern with what you've said there is that the people you're surveying actually aren't the people that we need to be surveying. If we want to get more custom into the market, the people we want to survey aren't there to begin with. And so what I'm worried about is, to me, this looks like it might just end up being another Brooks Bar and Bistro. Without the tram in place, without the ice rink already built, I'm not convinced that this is the right time to be spending 150 grand on doing up the market. So what work outside of that has been done, or is the appeal of the market alone why we're justifying spending that amount of money? Sorry.
Yeah. Stuart, please.
Thank you. Well, Councillor, I mean, you know, it's UKSBF funded, so whether that's relevant or not, I'll just point that out. We know that the market's in decline. We know that a lot of local markets are in decline, so we're trying to do something to address that. And that's why we brought in the retail group or an external company with the expertise to advise. They felt that there was an opportunity here, and they gave us the reasons why they felt it was in decline, and they felt that if we did this work, it gave us a fighting chance of revigorating it. Nobody can sit here and say it definitely will, but what we're doing is trying to make it a better market that customers find more appealing and want to come to, and traders.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also on planning fees, which I know we touched on as well. I was trying to dig through and figure out what the exact differences between major and minor development is. Found that it's 1,000 square metre. If you could confirm whether or not that's right, but I'll press ahead just assuming that it is. That to me doesn't seem like very much, and what I worry about there is actually the message we're sending is that Dudley is open for business, but it's only open for big business rather than the small businesses that have made up our local economy for decades. I'm not actually asking whether or not that should be lowered. What I'm wondering is, are those categories of 1,000 square metres and below for minor and above for major, are they nationally set or are they locally set as well? And if they're locally set, do you think there would be any merit in having a third tier for those businesses that might be a bit larger in floor space but still very much small in terms of their income?
Through you, Councillor Bradley, thank you. Yeah, they are locally set. They are based on a general, most councils use that kind of barometer, so they're not just picked out of the sky. I do think, I go back to my point before and say that I think that's a valid point for us to consider. And I think what we should do is analyse this year and work out whether, and get some anecdotal evidence as well from businesses if it is putting them off. We can find that out through planning applications. If people go to planning applications unprepared, if we find out why they haven't, it's because the pre-app charge was prohibitive, then we can use that information to reassess. We can also do some work on how many businesses floor spaces below 1,000. I do think 1,000 square metres is quite large, to be honest, but I accept that businesses vary vastly. I think I'd say that it's a valid question to put to us, and we will consider that. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Helen.
Sorry, I just wanted to come back on your first point, Councillor Priest. So just for anybody who doesn't know what UK SPF is, it's grant. So this is a grant-funded investment into the town centre that is time-bound. So we will lose that opportunity for that investment if we don't take it on this occasion. Stuart and I have had a number of conversations recently moving forward on this. It will need a further round of approvals, and I have asked Stuart and the team to reconfirm value for money for the investment that is going in. So, and it's not just based on existing customers, and I totally get your point. We're trying to attract more than we knew that we have now. Working with that company has allowed us to tap into their national experience, and they're very experienced in what works in markets in different locations, similar to Dudley. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Helen. Without self-promoting, Carl, and I don't mean to, I'm not going to name it, just to let you know that my business is 960 square feet, and we are a small business. We may have quite a large site, but we're a small business. It was just to make, you don't need to come back on it, it was just to make the point. We've got about 5 minutes, so I'm going to come to Councillor Ali, and then I'm going to throw it to any other members that are sat in the room if they want to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick questions. One, how are the young, mature and those with additional needs impacted in relation to leisure facilities? And then secondly, in relation to museums, renowned, it states about glass, how are they impacted by these budget proposals?
But I don't think they're in the budget, are they? The fees, sorry, do apologise. I missed that. It's back to Carl, I believe, then. Stuart.
I think the first question is, how are young, mature and those with additional needs impacted or affected in relation to leisure facilities and this budget? And then similarly, museums, and I specifically made a reference to glass, are they impacted? Is it the increase in fees, or is it, are they impacted in some other way in relation to doing away with some facilities or doing away with some museums and so on?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
okay, no, you sure?
Oh, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, okay. There are no budget savings in relation to museums or leisure centres that are in front of committee tonight. There are a number of processes ongoing, tender processes for leisure centres and functional reviews for museums, but there are no budget savings. There are proposed fee increases in line with other services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members sat around the room? No? Well, can I congratulate everyone, because this one has finished spot on time, exactly as we wanted. So again, I will say to members of the Environment and Regeneration Select Committees, if you wouldn't mind just waiting for me to finish speaking before you all start chatting, just advise your chair and vice chair of any recommendations you've got so that he can then pass it on to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Atkins and Councillor Bradley for being here, and thanks to Helen as well, and to Carl and to Stuart and anyone else that's spoken. We'll give it we'll start at 8:05 for the final session of the night, which is children's. Thank you, everyone. Okay, folks, we're going to get started again for the final session in a couple of seconds. Okay, so the next committee is Children's, and we should have councillors McGall, Roberts as Chair and Vice Chair, along with councillors Archer, Azad, Bevan, Greenaway, Hill, Khan, Lewis, Ridney, Webb, May and Reid. Are you happy with it that everyone's here? Yeah? Okay, the Cabinet member that will take responsibility in this session is Councillor Stanley, who is here. So I think we're ready. Councillor Muggle, got your name right this time. I apologise earlier, I had that many things going through my head, I just forgot. So I don't think I need to explain again how it works, so over to you.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Hopefully I'm important enough for you to remember my name in the future. Over to you, Councillor Stanley.
There we are. Thank you very much. I'm going to probably start a little bit different to what we normally do by thanking all those that have helped me and supported me by putting this budget together. Mrs Graham and the team, especially the ones at the back of me, also from the opposition with Councillor Ridley and Councillor Milgore. We've had various conversations in the past and we tried to work together for the benefit of the whole of the borough. So my and sincere thanks go out to all that have helped to put this budget together. I don't think I need to remind anyone in this room that we're going through very difficult times, and like every other authority in the country, suffering the same sort of consequences. There's got to be an answer, and I hope the answer is what we're doing at the present moment. Children's Services is, as you probably realise, one of the two largest budgets that is discussed within this authority. Probably worth reminding members that we don't deliver, that we do not, I do beg your pardon, that we don't deliver regulatory inspections. If we didn't deliver regulatory inspections, this would be a great risk to the future of the council's finances. And what I mean by that is that there are certain things within the budget that have to be done, have to be conformed to by law. The good news from my point of view is the detailed work to explain options, including the potential for grant replacement. This is work with our colleagues in public health. This has meant about £2 million of savings. It's through the deployment of grants and with the good work that we are doing with public health on this particular matter. Being mindful of the time, Mr. Chairman, and coming brief and quite to the point, I will conclude there, and I think it's me or the chairman to ask for a response from Mrs Graham.
Thank you both. So my name's Karen Graham. I'm the Interim Director for Children's Services here in Dudley. You've had the pack of slides. They set out the breadth of the service across children's, and I don't intend to repeat that except to be clear that we have responsibility for all our children here in Dudley, and of course the council is committed as a child-friendly borough to maximising that. I did want to take a couple of moments both to remind ourselves that during 2023 we transformed the whole of the Children's Directorate, both across social care, deploying family safeguarding, that well-established Hertfordshire model, but also reshaping education and maximising our input through our Delivering Better Value programme, a requirement from government across SEND, and the work in the WARP and the WEF that is our commissioning and support services. You may have seen us coming in a little late as a team to the start of the session, but you'll also know we are currently in a 3-week Ofsted CQC send inspection. And so actually that's consuming a big chunk of time, and they meet with us at the end of the day. So I'm sorry if we interrupted anything, but that goes right through till Friday. So we'll be pleased to get to the weekend. As a directorate, we've delivered our savings in at least the last 2 years. It's not to say there aren't pressures, but the savings identified have been delivered. And as we turn to the savings proposed for this next year, there are a few that I think it would just be helpful if I talk through in the first instance. I know you've had the explanations, but some of them perhaps need a little more. You'll see the deletion of the frontline consultant social work posts. I just want to explain that they were posts. Frontline was a social work training programme, actually came from the original in situ training education around teachers. And it was called Frontline. So they were actually in the Frontline, and it's the name of the programme. We evaluated that programme. It didn't deliver really resilient social workers. And in fact, nationally, a number of them left the profession very quickly. So we've worked to broaden our base for recruitment. Apprenticeships, students from university, we've really increased the student placement offer. We've got step up to social work, return to social work, so people who need to come back, do some time before they can re-register. One of our obligations is to be a nationally registered as a social worker. So if you've been out of it, you have to come back to do that time. So we've really broadened that base, and that's been much more successful for us. And so we have removed these 2 posts that were really responsible for that particular cohort of trainee social workers. We have other mechanisms in place, but we don't need those. Councillor Stanley's already set out how we've really work to maximise the deployment of grants or other contributions. You'll see the psychologist from health, for example. We don't need to fund that because health are funding that. That's testament to our collaborative working with our partners that members of the Scrutiny Committee will have seen throughout the year. Gives us a real opportunity also alongside public health, particularly in that early help space, to do more and more joint work. Helpful, I think, to understand the line that says removal of agency budget. So many of you will recall that Dudley Children's Services was under support and supervision of the DfE for a very long time, longer than any other authority. And as part of the work, more recently, 3 years ago, there was an improvement budget, agency monies put inside because we couldn't recruit any staff. The costs were significant. In fact, we couldn't recruit agency staff either. The transformation, the work, has meant that in March 23, the Secretary of State stepped us out of support and supervision. Really, really strong statement. And we've been reducing that agency budget over the time. And we're now, we think, with the amount of savings, we need to conclude that it's separate money. So we have a staffing budget, and the agency, that improvement budget was alongside it. So doesn't mean we can't have agency staff when we need them. We can, but that will be in the context of our staffing budget. So if there was a gap, you're not paying for that staff, you may need to pay for agency staff. We think that's an appropriate time to move forward in this context. You'll see the very real challenge in the proposal to conclude youth work provision. The authority is required to have oversight, to encourage, to enable youth activity in the authority, but not required to directly provide it. We do propose retaining a centre, the Source Centre, which is used 7 days a week by the authority and by the community. We have some youth expertise, particularly in our adolescent safeguarding. It will mean the conclusion of 3 youth clubs, 3 nights of youth club. but there are other activities in the authority, and I know a number of people in the room are involved in leading and supporting some of those community activities. It is a step taken previously by other authorities, but is probably the single biggest step in these changes. And then there are 3 listed against the voluntary sector that I'd just like to share. The first is in relation to short breaks, which is a facility for children with additional needs, with disabilities, to be supported through some respite time or activities. Now, we have a full programme alongside our health colleagues at Stourbridge House. There's no proposal to take anything from the full range of day activities, which are really well received by children and by their families. And we have had for some while an underspend on a third provision with a voluntary sector provider. That budget there was more money in it that was routinely being spent. So the proposal is to continue with that respite at the rate that has been in that particular provider, but to remove the 80,000 that has not been spent. So that won't diminish any of the service that's currently available. The second one is a contribution to a development worker that commission runs out actually in March 25. Children's Services contribute alongside others to a development worker in the CVS. In reviewing that role, the focus of that work has been around health, championing health. That is not the core function of a children's service. And we have worked with them to say we don't expect to recommission, to put money back into that pot for that worker in the next year. Health and CVS are working to that, and they expect to continue that role, but with the health focus that it's been delivering. And finally, there is a reduction in the service to young carers, forward carers. So this is part of a much bigger adults contract, and is the work to sort of engage, give peer support, a bit of signposting, activities for young people who may have caring responsibilities in their home. Authorities have a responsibility to make sure that that's happening. The programme itself was scoped to be really quite large. It can be scaled back. They are still able to deliver support groups in real time, online work, engage support with signposting. So we've worked with them and will propose to reduce that by half. It was just under 80, it'll be just under 40. So you've got all the information on the slides, and I'm sure there are other questions, but I thought it would be helpful just to explain some of those at the outset. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anything else that needs presenting, or no? Okay, so I'll start off if that's okay. Some eye-watering numbers in this particular budget that looks like it's being cut from Children's Services. So a question for you, Councillor Stanley. Would it be a fair statement to say that the majority of the work that Children's Services do impacts on the most vulnerable or amongst the most vulnerable children in our borough?
Yeah. With all due respect, the simple answer to that is, we look after the whole of the community within the borough. We don't single people out. Whatever the need is, we try to address it as quickly as we possibly can. I can't see any other way that I can answer the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'll just go to the family hubs and the early help. So the first line shows that a £500,000 cut towards the family hubs. In September, you'll recall that this is an item that we brought to Children's Scrutiny. and you indicated yourself that the work that is going on in these hubs is essential, and it was essential that the service continued. The family hubs were an important function for young people in the borough, and you encouraged the council and members to work together to ensure that the service was retained. And you recognise the importance and dedication of the staff in all 5 hubs across the borough. So how can we then say that we're going to cut £500,000? What's happened in the 3 months since then? I believe that the current administration in central government have said that they're going to continue the funding. So how can we say that we can now save £500,000?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The situation is quite simple as far as I can see it. We retained in the 5 hubs, which is part of what we agreed to do. The money, I'll call on Mrs. Graham in a moment, but I believe has come from other sources to put this right so that it don't have any impact on the service. But the technical side of it, I'll pass over to Mrs. Graham to explain.
Thank you. This is an example of where we're using the grant to cover the base budget. That's why it's a saving. It's not a diminishing of it. The grant has been received, and in fact, you'll know that that was quite late. It was like Christmas week before some of those confirmations came. So these aren't cuts. They're use of a grant to cover those services. Oh, sorry.
So can I ask what that grant is currently being spent on?
So this is next year's grant. No, I mean, we've got a Family Hub grant now, which we use for our family hubs, and then this is next year's.
And in relation to the same comment to do with the family hubs, so you've mentioned about the youth workers, or it was alluded to about the youth workers that work in these family hubs. They are essential to the work that you've rightly commended in the past, and actually the whole committee rightly commended in the past. And I think the work that they do in prevention saves this council a lot of money when it can get a lot worse for the council in terms of when they do have to step in. How does that work if you're going to be cutting them? We're not dealing with early prevention. Will that lead to greater cost further down the line?
But I call on Mrs. Graham with that. What I would like to respond first of all is how beneficial they are to the borough as a whole. They are a preventive measure that has proved the worth time and time again. They serve a good purpose within this borough, and we fight very hard for the retention and the funding of them. But Mrs. Graham may want to add a few more words to that.
Thank you. I'll give an overview for the youth, and then I'll pass to Sal, who heads up that area. So the youth workers are in the family hubs and won't be in this construct, and they wouldn't deliver the three youth club nights that they currently do. But we have an extensive prevention arm in our youth justice. So our youth justice really properly reaches out beyond those that are just referred in at the point of convictions or offences. In fact, it's more than half of their work, which is an invaluable element of their work. We do also have some other youth expertise in the other services. So the whole point about any early help, including youth work, is that kind of principle about engaging people where they are and reducing need and extension. But the authority has a responsibility to make sure youth work is happening in a community. It doesn't have responsibility for providing. I will pass to Sal to give a fuller account of that, because that is his service, if that's okay.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Chair. So, as Karen has identified, we do have statutory guidance that says the local authority has to promote and ensure that there is adequate youth provision within the local area. That doesn't state that the local authority has to deliver and provide that youth work provision. However, Dudley has continued to do so for some time, where lots of authorities over a period of years have not delivered youth work provision. We work incredibly closely as well with the community and voluntary sector, and there is a wealth of voluntary-led youth provision across the borough as well. We work with, or have worked with, faith groups, organised youth clubs, uniformed youth groups. We have our Dudley Performing Arts that works with young people around music and creative outlets. So there is a broad range of youth work provision that already happens across the borough, and actually in delivery terms our youth work provision is a part of that. It is a small part of that. As Karen has highlighted, in our youth centre it's 3 nights a week worth of provision. There is also some limited street-based youth work provision that takes place as well. The other thing in terms of the prevention agenda is that will continue to be delivered through our family hubs. There are a range of other professionals that deliver through our family hubs and through our wider system, so within our schools and settings, within other community-based provision that also supports engagement with families to identify needs early and work with families to identify plans in which those families can meet those needs or have those met before those needs escalate. And we will continue to drive that within our partnership across, as I said, education, across health, across a wider range of social care and community provision, to make sure that we're still impacting and supporting families in a preventative way and supporting young people in a preventative way.
Thank you for that. So if we move on to, and you briefly covered this already, about the removal of the agency budget. On the comments made here, it says, if we're unable to fill permanently the service, so these are certain positions that are currently vacant, the service cannot be provided on a reduced statutory service. Implications for meeting caseload requirements and safeguarding of children. Family safeguarding implementation is dependent on full social works teams. Councillor Stanley, how confident are you that we will be in a position where all positions will be filled permanently?
So I'm relatively confident this work will be carried out. I've got great confidence in the officers who are carrying this work out for us. Mrs Graham has already highlighted somewhere around the situation which you've just asked. So, Mrs Graham, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Councillor Stanley. So the intention isn't not to have the social workers. The intention is to use, if we need to, the staffing budget. So actually across the country, the DfE has just raised to a critical level its concern about the lack of capacity to deliver social work, to recruit and employ social workers. And in fact, you'll know that it's one of your own, it's on our own risk register here across the council. But we continue with a broad base of incoming social workers, a really attractive model of delivery. Social workers really like working in a multidisciplinary way, all the reasons we chose that. And so there's no intention not to fill those posts.
Okay, I'll come back to that later on if that's okay. And then just referring to one more thing before I open it up to the committee. So in this plan, it refers to the IROs and the decision made to reduce staff impact by 1.5 full-time equivalent. And I believe that saves around 110,000. How do you reconcile this with your statutory duty to provide independent oversight for children who are looked after and ensure their plans are effective? I know in the document here it mentions about a reduced children in care, or a projection of that. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't believe there's been a massive reduction over the last 12 months. So what leads us to believe that there will be a reduction coming up?
Yeah, I think that's best Mrs Graham to answer that. She's got the facts and figures in front of you, Councillor Bogle, and I hope that if you're able to satisfy with giving you an answer.
Thank you. I will give you an overview, and then I'll also pass it to Nicola Hale. So there's actually around an independent reviewing officer, there's regulation about the number of children in our care that they should have oversight of. We're really mindful of that. We have more than the capacity to do that. We anticipate as we go through this year, that's the work from Hertfordshire, that's our own analysis, that will there'll continue to be additional space. Hence, we can make that expectation that we will reduce the whole team by an equivalent of about 1.5. Often, IROs choose to work in that place and space. You have a bit of flexibility. Some people, if they have children, want to do that. Some people later in their career like to do that. And so it isn't necessarily a whole body. It allows us to accommodate some different working patterns. But Nicola has responsibility for that service as part of social care, so I'll ask her to explain anything further. Thanks, Nicola.
Thank you. As Karen's explained, we've been able to look at our kind of numbers of children that we're supporting in the independent reviewing officer team, and also there's a wider kind of function. Too quiet. Sorry. Yeah, there's also a wider function across the quality assurance, the independent reviewing service. So as Karen's explained, it wouldn't necessarily mean whole people, but a reduction in the kind of capacity across. And based on our numbers of children that we have now, and also our projected reduction in the numbers of children in care, which will be delivered through the family safeguarding work, it will be achievable within the regulations that we are adhering to.
Could I ask for the data behind that to be shared with us at some point, what you're basing that projection on?
Yeah, I can provide that in writing in terms of the numbers.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Councillor Roberts?
Thanks, Chairman. Please use me for a few minutes. I know we are time constricted. I am a new councillor to this authority, only been in post since last May. However, a bit of background, as a young person I attended Meadow Road Youth Club, and due to that and my past history as a youth, which wasn't very savoury, I was made the subject of a court order to attend Meadow Road Youth Centre. Through the intervention of the youth worker, kept me out of prison. I then went on to become a law-abiding citizen. As an adult, I went back and volunteered at Meadow Road Youth Centre back in 1985, probably before some people in the chamber were even born, I think. Over time, I became a qualified part-time youth worker. I then went on through the apprenticeship scheme with Dudley Council in 1989 to become a qualified youth worker through Brunel University. At that time, Dudley Council closed all its youth centres then. I moved to Wiltshire Council and I saw the fallout of youth centres closing. Since I moved to Wiltshire, I became a senior youth officer, and in turn, I joined the first multi-agency youth funding team in the country. In Wiltshire, I then became a community development worker, developing community plans based on needs assessment across the whole of the county. I'm very proud recipient of the Beacon Status Award for that work carried out in working with communities. So I believe I have the lived experience and professional qualifications to comment tonight on youth provision. So could I ask the Cabinet Member directly if he agrees with me that any cuts to youth provision within the borough, particularly those in some of the most deprived areas, such as Meadow Road, Wren's Nest and Briarhill, will increase acts of antisocial behaviour, potentially more serious crime that will then have bigger impacts on the authority, and possibly lead young people directly into the youth justice system.
Yeah. The only response I can give to that, you were referring to Meadow Road. Yes. Well, Meadow Road is, I believe, in league with the Priory Boxing Club, work very closely together. And I think there are some been dialogue taking place between the two groups, but I'm sure Mrs. Graham will be able to explain what the situation is currently. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that was my question. My question was, would you agree that closure of any youth services will lead to a greater impact further down the line?
I think we've got sufficient safeguards in place. I think it's already been mentioned about the Youth Justice Service. And of course, we've got other agencies that work in a similar sort of way. Personally speaking, I can't see as you should make all that much difference now. But I do take on board relatively what is taking place in the United Kingdom at the moment is a completely different culture to what we've been used to in the past. But I don't think that will have any direct bearing on this authority. But Mrs. Graham would probably like to respond to it better than what I can. Thanks.
Okay, I'll come back on that then, that research published by the Department of Culture, February 2024, and I quote, "There's a clear association between participation in youth provision, positive short-term outcomes relating to physical health and well-being, pro-social behaviours sustained over decades, and compared with non-participants, people who attended youth clubs continue to score more highly for several of these indicators' well-being." I then quote as well, "The impact assessment prepared by officers states that only negative impacts have been identified as a result of any proposed cuts."
Two officers already in this council chamber explained to you that as far as the youth service is concerned, I know it applies in my ward, that there's faith groups and other organisations that carry out this work, probably better than what we've been doing for ourselves in the past. They are carrying out what you requested. So, you know, are you asking for duplication?
No, I'm not asking for duplication. What I'm asking for is targeted youth work. Many young people will not attend uniform groups, faith groups, or any other provision of that sort. They want detached youth work. They want engagement with qualified, experienced youth workers. And earlier you stated that you don't see any single group being singled out in this borough. As a result of these cuts, young people will be singled out.
Well, I'm afraid I disagree there, but Mrs. Graham, would you like to respond?
I don't want to repeat what I've said before. There is no doubt that youth activities are a positive social experience, and that's why the local authority is required to encourage, enable and equip. We do also have, as we've talked about, a range of other services and supports to do that. Holding that close, as well as the judgment that the source should continue, also gives us a base should the future government plans around youth activities, youth resources emerge in a way that we will be able to deploy that relatively quickly. Sorry.
So, could I come back on that?
Can I just make a note? I think it's unfair to pass everything to the directors. The directors are there for any technical inquiries or answers. The budget is a political decision, and therefore, if there's a question about the impact on that and the decisions being made, I think that should be answered by the cabinet member, and the directors should only be passed questions on a technicality.
Well, with all due respect, I've done my best to answer the question as far as youth work is concerned. The answer is there in the report. The director confirmed more or less what I'd already said. I don't know what the council is particularly searching for, to be perfectly truthful, other than a restoration from extra youth work being done. And that's as far as I can answer the question. The technical side of it, I passed to the director because I really hadn't got another response to reply to him.
Okay, so with this line of questioning, Councillor Roberts, if you just tidy up your questioning in one go, and hopefully we can move on to other members.
Yeah, with all due respect, I don't think I've asked any technical questions, just opinions about the detrimental impact on the reduction in youth provision. I mean, there was a piece of work carried out in 2023 with young people, and the 5 priorities were more youth activities, indoor spaces, health support, outdoor spaces, and have your say. So will the cabinet member agree that any reduction in youth services will have a detrimental impact on the young people of this borough?
I responded to that question originally, and I thought to myself, will it or won't it? And I don't think it will have that much effect at all. I'm awfully sorry, but you keep on asking the same question, and I'm going to give you the same answer.
Services will have a detrimental impact on the young people of this borough.
I responded to that question originally, and I thought to myself, will it or won't it? And I don't think we'll have that much effect.
Are we able to mute participant? Hang on a sec.
Sorry, if I can just put in, someone online is repeating everything that we're saying. I think it might be Councillor Edwards. Can you mute or do whatever you need to do, please? Because as much as we like hearing David once, hearing him twice is a bit much. Thank you.
So I didn't hear your answer, David. Do you want to repeat it? I'm joking. Councillor Archer. Councillor Archer.
Thanks, Chair. Can I preface my question, first of all, by thanking Karen and her staff for the detailed presentation and the explanations and mitigations that she explained as a result of these budget savings. My question's on safeguarding and children's social care. Because with respect to everything that's been said, I don't accept that there'll be little impact. To my mind, there's going to be major impact. And what I'm talking about is reference 3648, the removal of social work agency staff. Reference 37, the redesign of the family time service. Reference 38, safeguarding training budget reduction. Reference 39, adolescent safeguarding posts removed. Reference 40, independent review officer reduction. Reference 44, through care psychologist post removed. And reference 63, targeted family support reduction. That all adds up to quite a saving. So my question is, Councillor Stanley, do you agree with me that taking these budgetary measures puts those children who need these services at greater risk of not having the access to children's social services that they desperately need, and could lead to greater future issues that requires more demand and more money for support as they move through our schools and their lives? I mean, I wasn't elected in May to make things worse for our most vulnerable kids, and I don't believe you were either. So are you comfortable with these proposals and confident they'll not lead to a poorer service? If you don't agree with me, can you please explain how it won't lead to a poorer service?
The thing is this, I think, Mr. Chairman, this is a technical one. We've gone through various policies there, I know the director has got a direct answer for it. As far as I'm concerned, personally, I'm not in the market to make life difficult for anyone, including yourself. We should do our best, but at the same time, we have to be very mindful. We have a budget to conform to. As long as these operations are covered in other ways, then it shouldn't cause us any problems. But you've got the technical answers to the question, so I suggest you give the answer, Mrs. Graham, please.
Thank you, and I'll practice not turning round, but it feels a bit odd speaking to somebody behind me. And Councillor Archer, I may have missed, well, I know I've missed some in that list. The IROs we talked about previously, so I'm happy to pick up anything additionally on that, but we're confident with that. The psychologist isn't being removed, it's being paid for through health. Family time is a service that supports what you might have known as contact whilst we're doing a particular assessment with families, most usually in the court process. So where it's such that their time with parts of their family need supervision, that's a very particular thing. We've got that in two bases very close to each other. That's not productive or helpful. We're going to bring it into one place, which is where that money is released. The adolescent safeguarding posts, perhaps I should have explained that earlier. These are 3 emotional wellbeing health posts that haven't been filled with health, partly because of the sufficiency of those roles. We've reviewed that. What we've taken a decision with health, or is our proposal, to hold those for 12 months, not to delete them. We don't have them. We'll plan not to have them for 12 months. The training budget is a combination of a number of things. We receive some monies, about 16,000, I think, in terms of developing our newly qualified social workers. We have other training in place. Actually, Dudley has a very good training offer of another 74,000 social workers are required to submit 2 essays a year. As well as then we have to pay for our own registration. Other professions have to do it, but we have to do that every year. But actually, a number of roles across children's services have requirements for training, and we'd want a trained staff. But on that basis, we have the grown capacity to deliver more in-house. And with the authorities' move to Cable Plaza, we won't need to use other rooms as much because there is a space there where we can physically do that. And on that basis, we're confident we can remove the 20,000. But Councillor Archer, I think there were some others in your list that I might not have covered.
Yes, thanks, Karen. That was a comprehensive list. And to be clear again, I fully appreciate you're going to mitigate as best you can against these savings, and I'm confident you and your staff will do your best to do that. To be clear again, because Councillor Phipps in the previous session did make the point, and he's correct to make the point, that the council's set up a legal budget. Councillor Stanley repeated that, and it's fair to ask members how they'd make savings if they don't agree with proposed savings. But, and it's a big but, our residents sent us here to ask questions on their behalf to access the impact of this budget on their lives, their businesses and their services. So our role is to scrutinise and question the administration in detail. It's to assess the impact, and that's what we're doing. So if you do listen to all the various criticisms, and if you listen to the recommendations that I hope we come up with in all these committees, that you will be prepared to make some adjustments where necessary. But thanks for that. Thanks for that answer.
Just to reply to Councillor Archer, yes, very politely put, very well put. You explained the situation. I did my best with the officers to answer the points that you were actually making. The thing is, I work very close with them, as you're aware, and I have every confidence in them. And when they explained to me that, to me, it's coming out of that, but it's being covered by that other, I'm quite happy to accept that. But, you can well imagine that I can't remember everything that goes on. I can only do my best to reply. But I think that the answer you look for and what you're saying, as far as myself personally is concerned, I can't put myself in a compromising situation and agree with this, that, or the other. I can only listen to your comments and pass them on. Thank you.
Thanks for that answer.
Thank you. Councillor Azad.
With family hubs providing a single point of access to universal and early help services, can the Cabinet member offer the considerations taken in the proposal to remove early help enabler posts, supporting families and parenting coordinator posts? And furthermore, what considerations have been given to any potential risks to the children of our borough through the proposed changes or removal of services from the family hub provision? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mrs. Graham's indicating to address that for you. Yeah.
That's okay. So these two roles, the single figures 2, 3 roles, were a specific part of how we deployed family hubs. So the early help enabler function is a part of a post in the hubs to help partners undertake their early help work. 4 years in, partners should be in a place to do that. Doesn't mean there's not conversations and discussions, but schools are in a much better place and other community services to undertake that. The parenting coordinator role, there's a range of parenting programs we run in our family hubs. Because you're right, they're universal. We register children newborn and parents see that and then they stay for other stuff. That their responsibility is around organising the groups. We have lots of staff now, inside and outside, that deliver those. So the kind of the startup is no longer there. The organising is not required. So in what is a challenging budget to set, I don't think anybody's saying anything differently. These are roles that we think in a mainstreamed place we can move forward without.
And can I, with the sort of year-on-year wish to save 500,000 year-on-year for 5 years from the budget, with that in mind and how that might shape the services delivered through the family hub provision and what that might look like to the service users, I suppose my concern for my residents is that some of those missing or changing services, will there be enough there of a net to capture any possible safeguarding concerns, not concerns necessarily, but issues that might arise if the early help service offer is not there to the full or to the level or standard that it is at the moment?
So I don't think family hub will look the same in a few years. The Children's Wellbeing and School Bill sets out a move from early help to family help. We're currently in discussion with Public Health and Hull about could we deploy GPs into family hubs. So they will change. Our judgment across the service at this time is that these roles have been valuable, but we can move forward in a different way, and we will need to continue to evolve. I expect some like self-directed, easy access support to become stronger and better. We've been talking this week with with our Ofsted colleagues about a local offer, and we're, you know, that's changing how that is presented and accessible to people. So I think it will be a constant move. They shouldn't stay the same, but we're not looking to not have them. We have worked really hard in this to keep going, and the government has put this plan in for this year. We were one of the first, the 75 authorities that were required really to do this work, and that's committed to in this year, and we want to work and change and shape and grow that in our communities.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Just conscious of time, so I'll just open it up to any other members of the committee who haven't spoken yet. Councillor Lewis.
All right. So this is really, my question is relating to the reduction of the target early help service. So just a small concern I have. The immediate consequence would be that obviously fewer families would have access to these vital early help services. So this reduction in support could lead to increase in the number of families facing more severe challenges, ultimately resulting in higher demand for social work services. So the effect of such a reduction could strain resources further. So social workers would be required to step in at a later stage when issues may have become more complex, thereby undermining the very goals of early intervention and support that the service aims to achieve. If this is implemented, how can we ensure that families in Dudley receive the necessary support and do not fall through the cracks? Thank you.
Okay, so targeted early help sits at our front door. It was as part of our transformation, so we've got the early help in the family hubs, and these guys work in the family hubs as well, but they take the families that are kind of in more of that buffer zone. Actually, 2 of our family targeted early help leads have gone on to be social workers. Fab, you know, really good. And in that context, we've had a look to think about, can we align them any differently? Is there place and space to support our communities, but with a slightly reduced team? There's five teams. And so I think we all have a responsibility to make sure our families don't fall through the cracks. It's not just this bit of children's services. It's for all of us all the time to engage, to have conversations. You know, parenting is a tough gig. Anybody would say that. All sorts of people need help, and some people need more help at specific times. Again, if money was no object, we might be in a different place, but it is, and it is a reality. And we have worked carefully with the service and believe that we will still deliver in this context.
Councillor Stanley, I can see you wanted to come in. Just before you do, just a follow-up to that to save me asking another question later on. Along the same idea, you mentioned, the report mentions that currently the average is 45 families per team, and this would increase to 53 families per team. That's an increase of 20% in their workload. Do they have the capacity to have another 20% onto their workload?
I was just flicking through my slides to find the right one. Yeah, no, but I haven't got the page numbers on mine, so it's all right. Yes, it's about also the length of time that that we work with the families. But I'm going to pass it over to Nicola for some more detailed information for you.
Thank you. So some of the work that we've been doing in looking at the numbers of families that we're working with across the 5 geographical locations where, as Karen's explained, the targeted early help teams work from the family hubs. So we've been able to analyse that some of the hubs are busier than others. So this will be a kind of rationalisation of the resource that we've got across all of the locations. So it is a small reduction in numbers, and they're kind of gaps that we've naturally got anyway, that we've been able to work with. And of course, as Karen's explained, with the reforms coming into place and the move to a concept of family help that stays with the family throughout, we feel that this is a really good foundation to kind of flex from in terms of our service provision to the families in Dudley. So it is based on that analysis.
So just to confirm, you do think that the family support workers have capacity for 20% increase in their workload in terms of the number of families they're supporting? Is it yes or no?
As I've explained, there are gaps that we've already naturally got that we're committing not to fill in the next year.
Thank you, David. Councillor Stanley, sorry for coming in a little bit earlier than your response.
So, and remind Councillor Lewis that the amount of work that's been done with the department over the last few months of getting the facts and figures right, putting the help and need where it's essential. I'm very satisfied and pleased to say I overview this and I see it happening. I mean, I don't think we'll lose any cracks at all in anybody or lose anything in that direction. Our service is there to provide the service you're requiring, and we do our best to do that. Occasionally you may get that little situation where things go a little bit wrong and so forth, but let's just hope that doesn't happen very often. But I can assure you, and as you know yourself and the rest of the members in here, the dedication that's given by this team in this borough and what we do for the youth and for the children's services and schools, etc., is second to none. I can assure you that.
Thank you for that. And I do want to echo what you just said there. I don't think there's any person in this room that will ever question the hard-working nature of anyone in the directorate. I mean, the improvements have been made over the last few years. It speaks for itself. I don't think anyone can stand up in this chamber and ever question that. And if they are, I will personally challenge them themselves. The results are there, the figures are there. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Councillor Khan?
Right, thank you, Chair. I just want to touch on there's cuts to or savings to the funding for children with special needs, as these children require one-to-one support at schools. So the funding cuts could affect schools employing teaching assistants. So I just want to touch on that. Thank you.
Got it. But I will pass this to Sal as well. No, this is not about the support in schools. That's funded differently. There's a dedicated schools grant that is around that. But Sal, if you'd like to give I mean, it's very technical and very complicated, but a quick paragraph to explain.
I'll do my very best to give a quick paragraph. We are funded nationally through what's called the Dedicated Schools Grant, and within that there are 4 key blocks of money that come in to the local authority, which we then passport in various ways to support schools, to support education and to support pupils. One of those areas is called the high needs block, and it is that block of funding that we receive from government that supports the funding of support for children with special educational needs and disabilities, both in terms of SEND support and also in terms of education, health and care plans. And those plans for individual children will detail the type of individualised support that they require, and that support, which can be around TA hours or other things, other amendments and adaptations that need to take place in terms of enabling children to learn, is supported through that high needs block. There are no savings proposals related to the Dedicated Schools Grant or the high needs block. So there will not be that impact. I think it's important to note that we have been part of a programme, 55 authorities, called Delivering Better Value in SEND, and that is about how do we make sure we are addressing the spend profile for our children with SEND in a way that supports better outcomes, but does address the ongoing issue of the significant deficit within the dedicated schools grant. So again, that's not about making cuts, it's about how do we use our money in a different way in order to continue to promote best outcomes for children and enable that within our system. So hopefully that gives you some confidence in terms of the ongoing support for children with special educational needs and disabilities in the borough.
Yeah, okay, so basically in the budget, high needs, right? So there's adjustment of 3.5 million. This is why I'm asking the question. So the allocation is 62 million, adjustment is 3.7, and then allocation after adjustment is 58 million. So.
All due respect, figures being asked for there, they're not available at the present moment. I'll see that the council receives it in a written reply. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I am conscious of time and I don't want you to stay too late when you've still got an ongoing inspection going on. So I think we'll end with Councillor Roberts.
Councillor, thanks, Chairman. In light of the timing, I'm prepared to pass further questions over overview and scrutiny, and I'll put some of my further questions in writing through Councillor Kesey and overview and scrutiny in due course.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give the award so far for using up your time to the Children's Services Collect Committee. Well done. Right, overview. That's it, done? No, not really. I'm going to hand it over to Overview to ask any questions they've got. Just a couple of points from me first, and this is just a one-word answer, Councillor Stanley, for you. Do you believe this budget will enhance, decrease, or leave children's services at the level that they are this year?
My immediate response to that is, I wouldn't use the word cut in any shape or form. The service we provide will remain a very good service and a credit to the borough as a whole. And I can assure you, if this budget is accepted, we will live with it and we'll provide the services it requires the council to do.
Thank you. Well, it didn't answer the question. Do you believe it will enhance? I know, don't get me wrong, I understand everyone that works in our Children's Services Department works exceptionally well. They're fantastic. And if you don't mind me crediting Karen for the eloquent and knowledgeable answers she's given during the last hour, I thank you very much for that. But can you answer my question? Next year, will our services be better, worse, or the same?
Well, I'm hoping they'll be better, Mr. Chairman, with all due respects. And I think we can live within the budget and do it. And I hope the director will agree with me.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you for that. Can you just clarify for me? You mentioned it earlier, but didn't quite catch all of it. There was an emphasis on outside groups. What were those groups that you mentioned?
Okay, we were talking about the youth service in general, sort of like in Gornal. There's the Spring Church. I provide they do the youth service on a Friday night, I think. I think they still do it on the 5 Ways at St Paul's, and they do a very, very good job. I am going to pay a visit down to the one in Gornal as soon as I have the opportunity, because I'm led to believe how well they organise themselves. And one of the blessings about this is because it's all got the safeguardings, everything's in place, etc., etc. So, you know what I mean, there are services out there that providing youth services for us, but unfortunately, like a lot of things in life today, it goes unnoticed unless you actually know about it.
Thank you. Obviously, in all of our wards, especially in towns with vibrant centres, we see young people hanging about because they've got nothing else to do. How will you use the children's budget next year to make sure that those people, those young people, are listened to, involved, and given an opportunity to shape the service that we offer as we move forward?
Well, of course, they'd be most welcome. If they contact us, we've got departments that do this. We do outreach, we go out to people, we see what's going on, and not a lot is picked up and learned to family hubs and other sources that we have where, you know, to be anything brought to our attention, naturally we will get in contact and do the best we possibly can for them. You know yourself, I walk around Dudley Town Centre quite a lot, and I see a lot of what you're referring to, and I take the trouble and stop and speak to them, listen to the needs and the concerns and so forth. So anything we can do to improve on that service, I'll give it 100% support.
Okay, thank you. And the last one from me, before I've got three overview and scrutiny members that want to ask questions. Lower Gornal Youth Centre. I know this is specific to the ward you're in, but I recall you campaigning vociferously for that centre, not necessarily to remain as a youth centre, but to be part of the community. I believe it's down for disposal, excuse me, still got a bit of a cough. I believe it's down for disposal. Do you think that there is a social budgetary value to that building? And would you recommend it was disposed of, or is there something you could think of that it could be used for to enhance its value to the community?
Let's put it to you like this, Mr. Chairman, with all due respects. It hasn't been used as a youth club now for probably 12 years or so. The people that are in there, we identified at the current moment, is costing the children's budget quite a lot of money. And I believe it's an autistic society that don't contribute towards the running cost of it. It would be a direct saving because the building is surplus requirement and it's going through the process of disposal. And that's as much as I can say.
Okay, I was going to come back on that, but there's other members that want to ask questions. Councillor Sahotra, I think you're first.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I think one of my questions obviously was picked by the previous Chair in terms of the increase in workload, etc. But I think I just wanted to delve further into that situation. Obviously, I think obviously with all the staff cuts proposed, I think in terms of can we still deliver the same level of service, which I think the question has been asked to Councillor Stanley, and the answer seems to be yes. I think it's just about the one thing that's not being looked into is the impact on the staff and well-being. I think not everybody in this chamber strongly feel the commitment and the professionalism by all staff in the directorate to look after our children. But I think the human resource element seems to be missing here. Clearly, if there's going to be less staff, there's going to be obviously this could affect the morale, stress, sickness, etc. And how staff and dependence of then the dependency on agency staff to sort of plug that gap. What's the mechanism in place to actually support our staff who do a sterling job in this sort of testing time going forward? And do you accept the fact that has there been any cost benefit in terms, you know, if we're going to be cutting 3 posts, for example, in that one area, you know, if there's extra pressure on staff to do more caseload, that could then have an impact on staffing, morale, etc. People being off long-term sick, and then are we then going to agency work, which basically defeats the whole process? Thank you, Chair.
So I wouldn't have thought that there's going to be a problem in that direction. Am I trying to? I wouldn't have thought there'd been a problem in that direction. I think everything has been taken into account. I think a lot of the vacancies will be created by, you know what I mean, covered by other areas within the children's services. But as regards to the morale and the health of the staff, that does meet with a big approval from myself. And thank you for bringing it to my attention, and I'll keep an eye on it. And if there is any comments in that direction, I will come back to you. But I think Mrs. Graham is keen to make some response as well, so I'll leave it to Mrs. Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will hand it over also to Nicola in a moment. Any service relies on its staff, and we work in a really focused way to enable staff to practice to the best of their ability and for what we want for the children. Any change can be challenging. We have a range of supports at a council level as an employee that we routinely make available for our staff. We also have a lot of time checking in and ensuring, and we have deployed models of work that we know are attractive to staff. We have health and wellbeing as part of our practice week. There's obviously council surveys. There's we do our own check-ins. In addition, the social work sickness rate is less than the council's average, which is we've brought that down. So it is something we pay attention to. There are challenges. I don't think anybody has pretended or claimed, that would perhaps be a better word, that this is an easy task. It isn't. We have balanced the matters. But Nicola, if you could just give a flavour of some of that breadth of staff wellbeing attention we pay to. Thank you.
Thank you. As Karen's explained, all of these changes will come with their own challenges, and of course, as a workforce employer, we'll stay really alert to how that may be impacting on staff. We do have within the Children's Directorate the Centre for Professional Practice, which is there for all of the practitioners. They do have specific functions in relation to social workers and their qualifying programmes and ongoing professional development. But we do take a whole directorate approach to all of our practitioners and ensure that their development, progression and wellbeing needs are met. So we do a lot of in-house activity around surveying staff, providing them with twice yearly practice weeks where we can kind of engage and support them with their learning, and also pay attention to their emotional well-being. And we know working with families who are experiencing their own trauma can cause, secondary trauma in practitioners. So we have a lot of mechanisms to be able to support that. But just to reiterate really specifically around the social care staffing, there's no intention to reduce the amount of numbers. It's just about how we recruit and retain our staff and have less reliance on temporary agency workers, which of course is better for the children that we're working with because they have more sustained relationships, and also it is better for us as a workforce to be able to have all of our staff, following our practice models and our frameworks. It's easier to maintain in that way. So that is absolutely our ambition, and wouldn't be a reduction in great numbers, in those teams.
Thank you. Sorry to butt in. I didn't think I was going to have to do this tonight, but I've got a few questioners left who want to come in. So once again, members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, to make sure that we're not clock watching, I move that Rule 6B of the Council Procedure Rules are suspended. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded, Chair.
Can I have a vote? Those in favour? Thank you. We can carry on now. Councillor Sahota.
The only question I sort of wanted, thank you for that reassuring answer. I think the only question I just wanted to then clarify then, has any extra costs been modelled into this sort of going forward for any, there could be a rise in agency costing? Sorry, have I? Oh, that's just my last question. Thank you, Chair.
I think Councillor Muggle wants to come in before you answer that.
Just to save a overlap in time, it does say in the slides that you provide in the service context that we are the lowest remunerating authority in the Black Country. So I think Councillor Sahota quite rightly raises some very valid concerns about the HR element of all of this. If we're increasing workload, you've rightly identified change is quite a disturbing time for employees. And if we're the lowest remunerating authority in the Black Country, why would some staff decide, you know what, I'll go to a neighbouring authority for a higher remunerating package for potentially a better work-life balance?
Well, with all due respect, we've got this problem already with social workers, as you're probably aware of. It's been discussed on numerous occasions at the Select Committee. It's a case of not being too much despondent where they are, but going somewhere else to doing the same job and earning more money. That's the root cause of it. But in recent months, I'm led to believe on inquiries I make that that's not happening so regularly as it did in the past, that we are retaining the staff that we've had, and hopefully, you know what I mean, it's an happy team working together. I visit the hubs. I visit 2 or 3 times in recent times down to Corbin Road. The staff are always very friendly, they're always very smiley, they're always very nice. I never see anything at all where it gives me any indication whatsoever to think that things are going wrong there. So, you know, I can only speak, as I find, from experience. But Mrs. Graham may have a different opinion about the staff, and she works with them 5 days a week, where I only go down there on the odd occasion. But the morale seems to be very, very good, and I think the retention figures at the present moment are better than what we expected.
Chair, before Karen comes in, would it be okay if we ask for an anonymised survey of staff regarding their workload and their opinions? Would that be valid?
I think that's in the remit of your committee, not overview and scrutiny.
So that was particularly in relation to social workers, that information. We have a range of actions. We have a whole workforce strategy. We have a workforce board that I chair. We have seen better retention of social workers with the transformation. That was half of the point of it. That's been really strong. We've had agency to permanent conversions. That's really good. The pressure in this moment is really about our processes as we have the other reassurances across the authority in terms of managing current budget, pay cost control board, so managing the timeliness, for example, for making sure that we can recruit to those gaps. I think I spent quite a lot of time earlier on explaining the difference between the agency budget and the staffing budget. So there is a lot of detailed work there, that ensuring that people are lined up if we've got a critical gap, that we don't hold a critical gap, is a significant part of what we do every day, and will do next year as we are doing currently. It is a national critical. That's the formal position for that. We have, as I say, we've done well in that retention. We deliver 2-year staying interviews, actually, because we're really interested in why people stay. Money isn't all of it. It is a feature. So if we continue to not recompense our staff in the roles that they're doing in a comparable way, there are consequences. But the structure, the model of social work, the restorative practice, the relationship-based approach with our families, the belief that our families do have solutions and we've got responsibility to work with them, is a very compelling way of working.
Thank you. Just to reassure everyone, I'm going to put a final time limit of 9:45 so that we're not sat here forever. So thank you for that. Next one is Councillor Priest.
Thank you. I've got 2 questions. My first one is about the charge for pre-academisation work. We've got it in the proposed budget that it will go from £6,000 to £10,000 for that. Is that roughly how much it costs for the staff time and resource spent by the authority?
Well, it covers the cost, so I'll leave it to you to give the explanation. Yeah. Yeah.
This isn't a profit-making endeavour. The costs of academisation in terms of the work that the local authority has to do when a school chooses to academise. So we cannot charge this if a school has a direction to academise, but if a school chooses to academise, there are additional costs for the local authority in terms of the due diligence work that we need to do to support that academisation. This change in the costs or the charges for that is to recognise that work and to make sure that we cover our costs. It's not to deliver a profit within children's services.
Thank you for that. I think my concern actually was the other way around, not that I wanted us to make a profit, but more, have we therefore up until now been making a loss on that? because 6,000 to 10,000 is obviously quite a sizable jump.
I think that's also related to the rate of academy conversions as well. Is that over time academies have, there have been more academy conversions. We anticipate that rate will continue to increase, and therefore we need to manage that cost balance really in terms of the volume of the work as well as the nature of the activity that takes place and the cost of it.
Could I just come back on that, Mr. Chairman, just to say, when this does happen, it goes on a decision sheet. So it depends on how many decision sheets there are and how much the cost is going to be. So it can be quite variable. But as long as you cover the cost of it moving over from one place to another, that's what we need to concern ourselves about. And I think that is already being done.
Thank you for that. And my second question, I think, is actually for Councillor Bradley, if you bear with me. I promise it is related, but it's about the transfer, the disposal of the Neverton Arts Centre. Now, I believe I'm right to say that this is the last purpose-built visual arts facility in the borough. I know it's been closed for some time. So my plea would be that before we just dispose of this to the highest bidder, whoever wants to come for it, can the council explore a community asset transfer? It may be that there are no voluntary groups out there that want to take it on, but as it is the last purpose-built venue in the borough, I think it's important that we try and explore opportunities to keep it open.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful building. It really is. Very architectural. What I do know is that there was someone who was going to take a lease on. It was exclusively given to them, but unfortunately, due to financial costs, they had to drop out. Recently, there's been an internal consultation with us, and as far as I understand, and I will get an update on this, Ryan, but it was going to be put up for, everything was on the table, so it will be up for disposal, it will still be up for lease or whatever, and it will be for community groups as well, but I will get an update on that one. I didn't realise it was on the children's. Thank you.
Just thank you for that.
I think we were really close to Birmingham Rec coming in, weren't we? But we just couldn't get it over the line, unfortunately. But I think Ryan's right, Steve, quick question. All these potential sales, are they part of the budget? Are you assuming the sale price would go into the budget, or are they separate?
No, they're completely separate, Chair.
Thanks for that. I think we've got Councillor Ali.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, if I can start off by saying that early intervention prevention is crucial in tackling issues and problems upstream in, I guess, in all aspects of life and society. And in relation to youth services, and we heard a very eloquent story and experience shared by Councillor Roberts across the road, and how these services impact on individuals and how it can change their life for the better. In effect, I mean, what these budget proposals do is remove youth provision totally. And I heard Councillor Stanley, I think, say that there is adequate youth provision in the area. Can he confirm or clarify how does he know that there is adequate youth provision in the area? Which organisations is he dependent on providing that provision? Thank you.
Contrary, you'd probably know better than the private sector. And I have mentioned in Gordon alone 2 places that actually do the youth work. And I know throughout the borough, with the information I received from various people, that there's others that do the same as well. And Councillor Lewis over there, she's very fortunate of having the Source Centre in Wortley, but does 3 nights of youth work. That's correct, isn't it? Oh, well, sorry, yeah. Yeah, borderline, yeah. So there are, all right, Councillor Archer, I do make mistakes in that direction, and the time is going on. But no, I do believe that there is definitely the facility out there for more, but at the present moment, it seems to be ticking over quite nicely. But as far as giving you a list of where the individual ones are, I'm afraid I won't be able to do that because I really don't know.
Chair, if I can come back, I think this council is good at saying this option and that option, this service is there and we're reliant on faith and voluntary sector. So on the one hand, you rely on the voluntary sector. On the other hand, you cut grants to the voluntary sector. And the problem with the faith sector and all of these organisations, they are already struggling, or they are dependent on grants, and some of those grants stop and therefore the provision ends. So I don't believe that there is adequate provision. You talk about the private provision, but that might not be affordable to some of the people, you know, and young people we're talking about. So it's a massive issue. Now, if I can just come back, Chair, Councillor Stanley, can you confirm to me how many agency workers there are in children's services?
Well, with all due respect, Councillor Ali, no, I haven't got the figures with me. If any of the officers present this evening have got the figures, I'm sure they'll be able to pass them over to you. But personally, I can't answer that because I don't know how many. No. Mrs. Graham?
That's fine. We can provide written information on that. Be helpful to know if you mean agency social workers or all agency roles that currently in children's services. I think you probably mean agency social workers, but it would be helpful to just confirm that, and then we'll send that information in.
Yeah, thank you. If we can break down the agency workers by the divisions, whether they're social workers, you know, youth services, all of that. So, you know, the full breakdown would be really helpful. I think, Chair, I mean, just two quick questions. One, Councillor Stanley, again, right at the start of the meeting, said, and I want to confirm and clarify, is Public Health contributing £2 million to children's services? And what would be the impact if there was some issue in relation to Public Health Service, for example, decreasing? What would be the impact of losing that £2 million to children's services?
It's not a direct contribution from one to the other. It's where agencies, the work that's been done is passed over. But that is in the individual figure that was given to me by Mrs. Graham, and Mrs. Graham will explain to you where I had the figure from.
No, it's not.
Because we're getting close.
It's not 2 million from Public Health. The summary sheet set out the range of grants and places and spaces that comes from.
I think the question hasn't been answered. I mean, it's not 2 million, whatever it is, what would be the impact, obviously, if we lost that grant? But final question is in relation to reference number 56 on the slides. Now, this is Public Health switch to support Brierley Hill Family Hub, whilst accepting that Brierley Hill and some of the other wards have challenges in terms of deprivation and all of the issues. What is the rationale for the switch from Brierley Hill, but not to the other wards facing similar issues? Can that be clarified? Thank you.
Well, Councillor Ali, I think I made a statement earlier on that we're retaining all 5 family hubs. What's the particular thing as you've got in question about Brierley Hill?
Yeah, I think it talks about almost £200,000 switching to the family hub in Brierley Hill because of the deprivation and other issues. And, you know, whilst there are councillors here and my colleagues who will, welcome that, but the issue is, I just want to know the rationale. Why just Brierley Hill, not other words? Why not St Thomas's, for example?
I don't. We got one in Dudley, but I'm not quite certain which ward it comes under. Does it come under your ward? It does. I wasn't quite certain. Yeah. Mrs. Graham's keen to give you an answer, Councillor Ali, so I'm going to let her carry on.
So we did detailed work with public health in relation to the family hubs. Brierley Hill is the one that they identified as their particular area of focus, and we want to really extend the reach out from Brierley Family Hub. Of course, all the family hubs are situated in places and spaces where there's additional need, and all of those will continue. This gives us an opportunity to work particularly closely with public health in this place and space.
Thank you. I'm going to move on if that's okay, Councillor Ali. Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Chair. Mine will be a bit more of a broader point, but I think it's relevant. Obviously, this budget and these proposals have been put together in the current national framework that we operate within, current legislation. But we do know the schools bill's making its way through Parliament. So have we done any assessment, assuming it goes through in a similar form that it is currently going through? Have we done an assessment of the impact on this budget over the next few years? What that could look like? Any implications?
Sorry, shall I answer? Yeah. So yes, actually, from our transformation onwards, we've been mindful of what might come through. The social care. Safer Futures, the Josh McAllister work, the National Practice Framework, the current Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill. We're working closely across the region with Pathfinder activities. So we've sought to build a service that can flex and shape in line with future requirements. I've talked a little bit in that context for future youth. We've talked about the work that we anticipate for family help. So we have accounted for it in terms of budget. Specifically more difficult because there isn't the detailed information about what money may or may not be forthcoming, but the service within the envelope that there is, yes, we have scope to flex with legislation and practice changes.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
And just could I come back on that, just to remind people exactly where we are with these budgets. It's a budget that is very flexible. You never know what's going to happen from one day to another, especially with children in care. If it go up, they could go down. It's one of those things you say, you live within that budget, it's not always practical to do so. Requests come in for various things and money has to be found to provide them. So, Councillor Davis, with all due respects, we can only spend what we've got, and we are over budget, as all of you know at the present moment, and we have to live with that. But at the same time, we are providing the service for the community out there the best way we possibly can.
Waggy finger, Councillor Davis. Right, last one of the night then, Councillor Roberts.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Casey, I did say earlier on I would delay the questions, but since we've suspended orders, I would like a few more questions. Firstly, Councillor Stanley, I would like to really disagree with the comment made earlier on that you believe there is sufficient service across the borough. In terms of, if you know young people at all, particularly those young people who are troubled, they are very territorial. So the people from Wren's Nest who would attend Meadow Road Youth Centre would not, under any circumstances, walk to any other part of the borough to avail themselves of youth services. I'll go on to quote that the council have a statutory duty to secure, so far as reasonably practical, educational, leisure time and facility for young people 13 to 19 under the Education Act. The Youth Club provides a service for young people aged 12 to 18. The Youth Centre is based on the Wren's Nest, based in the Castle and Priory ward. The local data for the area in relation to young people involved with Youth Justice Service, Wren's Nest area is the most young people involved with Youth Justice Service. In relation to education exclusions, St James's, as a court of young people from Wren's Nest, have the third highest exclusions of schools in the borough. From the data,
Roberts. Councillor Roberts, we need to stick to the budget, remember.
The Castle and Priory ward have 998 children who live in absolute poverty. No other, and I quote, no other departments are involved in the delivery of this function. So again, I ask Councillor Stanley, would you agree with me that these cuts are affecting those most vulnerable in our borough?
Oh, I wouldn't. For the simple reason, Meadow Road is mentioned in the report. I've already stated that it's tied up with a Priory Boxing Club, and I'm sure between them this situation can be resolved. If you shake your head at that, we'll have to discuss that another time, Mr. Chairman.
Any more? This is the last point now,
again, I
Councillor
would
Roberts.
totally disagree with that. The young people, and I live on the Wren's Nest, I talk to the young people of Wren's Nest. I went to the school on the Wren's Nest. Young people from the Wren's Nest will not even travel over the border to the Priory Boxing Club unless they're specifically involved in boxing. Those young people who I mentioned before do not have any desire to get involved in boxing. So, yes, there will be inadequate provision across the borough.
Very quickly, can I just say, as far as that's concerned in Wren's Nest, I visited Wren's Nest Primary some time ago. You've got a beautiful school there, and the leadership in there is second to none. I do appreciate what you're saying about communities, for the simple reason as they do tend to stick together, they help one another out, and personally speaking, we will address the question you've asked as far as Meadow Road's concerned and come back to you later.
Thank you. Because we've got 4 minutes left, Councillor Archer, I'll let you have one comment.
Just very, very quickly now, we're going to be getting a bit confused on over here. Have we got 4 family hubs or 5 family hubs? Okay.
I'm going to draw it to a close now. I think everyone is going to breathe a sigh of relief. Before everyone starts moving and talking, once again, I've got to say, members of the Children's Select Committee, if you can make any recommendations you've got to your chair or vice chair. Once again, thank you to all the members of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee that have sat through tonight, and also members of the Cabinet officers and directors who've contributed to what I think has been a very detailed and very useful budget scrutiny session. Sorry, did you want to say anything? Or
I just wanted to say thank you to Children's Services for their time and all that, and all the best for the ongoing review, and hopefully we get a positive outcome and you get the reward for the hard work that's gone on.
Yeah, it's been really good commenting and feedback. Thank you. Right, I'll see members of the Overview and Scrutiny and the relevant committees tomorrow at 5:30. Thank you, everyone.